Hoffman.
Hey friends, I'm Nikola.
Hi, I'm Mustafa Turaman.
Hi, I'm Tanya Jenka.
Hello.
And I'm excited to be the speaker at Azure Summit 2021.
It's a fantastic event that will be 11 days live streaming,
where more than 100 speakers from all over the world.
I'm excited to speak at Azure Summit about Power BI and Synapse Analytics.
And I'm going to talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 17th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers.
So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
Hi everyone, welcome back to day 2 of Cloud Summit 2021. I'm your host Stephen Simon, and we are back with another day of Cloud Summit. If you're joining us today, and if you have missed day 1, then you have missed a lot, I would say. The day 1 was only for 4 hours. The following days would be somewhere around 10 to 12 hours, but nothing to regret. All the recordings and the sessions will be available on the Azure Summit Live website. So welcome back, everyone. A quick insight from the day 1, if I would share that. We did had a couple of keynotes. We had how you can actually go ahead and introduce Azure to your environments by Sarah. We did talk about Cosmos DB. We also talked about serverless, Azure AD, PyTorch. But you know how many people we reached on day 1 itself? In just 4 hours, we reached more than 20,000 people, unique audiences. In just day 1, in 4 hours, we have reached more than 20,000. And I believe by the end of 11 days, we'll definitely cross somewhere around 300 to 400,000. And we are streaming this Cloud Summit on Learn TV also. So if you're joining us from Learn TV, welcome to the Cloud Summit 2021. And here's a quick update. I see many people joining in today. Thanks everyone who is joining. The day 2 and the following days are divided into 2 halves. For instance, the day 2 is divided into part 1 and part 2. So when the part 1 ends, we will drop the link in the comments, and also you can find them in the YouTube description. That will take you to the part 2 of the day 2. The reason is that we have a 30 minutes break so that you can take a cup of coffee and relax, then you can always come back. And also after every session, there's a 5 minutes Q&A where you get an opportunity to interact with the speakers, ask them any questions, and we take them. All right. And as always, please follow code of conduct. We were looking at the chats the other day, more than 30,000 comments. Can you believe that? More than 30,000 comments just in 4 days of 4 hours of live stream. And you guys and girls were very kind. We expect you to be the same today. Keep encouraging the speakers from the comments. And yeah, the certain announcement is that we'll still keep going the contest. There are 3 contests. The first contest is the live contest, where when you post any of the comments in the chats, please use #CloudSummit. And any time of the summit, we're going to pick one winner randomly, and we're going to give the giveaways. Plus, we also have contests going on LinkedIn and Twitter. tag us on LinkedIn, tag us on Twitter with Cloud Summit Live, and use the hashtag Cloud Summit. And we'll make sure that towards the end of the day, we give away some cool goodies. So every day, 3 to 4 people are going to win swag. So yeah, having said that, I'm really excited for the day 2 because I have someone very, very special joining us from Asia Pacific. You don't have many people from Asia Pacific, and that's pretty interesting. I have been following the next speaker for a really, really long time. He may not know, but I used to follow when I was a student. I still look like one, but so our next, our keynote for the day is Sandeep. He's the Director of Microsoft Technology Center India. And I think let's get to the chase and bring him in. Hi, Sandeep. Welcome to the Cloud Summit 2021.
Oh, wonderful, Simon. Thanks for having me. I think those pictures you showed brought back a ton of memories for me. Thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, I was also looking at some of the Youth Spark programs that we had earlier in the past, right?
Yeah.
Those are great. Yeah, we found those pictures from social media and from the internet. So, Sandeep, to begin with, thanks for accepting the invitation. We really appreciate it. I know you are really busy. So we really appreciate on that part. So yeah, how are things going on at your place? By the way, joining us from Bangalore, right?
Yes, Bangalore, and fortunately we're back in office, and I'm at office right now, which is a beautiful tech center. But yeah, doing well, Simon, and thanks for inviting me. You know, you said I'm a busy person. No, I would probably make time for sharing knowledge or learning anytime. I would make time all the time. So I'm happy to be here. I look forward to sharing my perspective today. But yeah, all good. I hope things are fine at your end. Where are you based, Simon?
Yeah, I'm based out of Sandeep, Delhi, right? Here, the weather has been very different, unlike September's of the past 40 years. We have quite a monsoon here. So the weather is pretty cool. There's no air conditioner. So all good at my place. So Sandeep, I won't take much of your time. I'm really, really looking forward for your keynote for day 2 at Cloud Summit. Whenever you feel like, you can get started and I'll add your presentation to the stream.
Wonderful. So I share my desktop and I get started. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just share screen. I don't have any audio, so I'm good. Yeah. You see my presentation, Simon?
Yeah. Maybe you would like to click on that hide pop-up, StreamYard hide pop-up. Yeah.
I do that. Awesome. I think I'm all set.
Yeah. Next 25 minutes is all yours.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Simon, and thanks everyone for joining this afternoon. I think, as I said earlier in my short talk with Simon, I would make time to talk about technology any day. So here I am talking about Azure. I'll spend the next 20-25 minutes just to share, bring you a perspective in terms of where are we heading as an industry, what's new, and also an interesting perspective which all of us probably should be familiar with and will be familiar as we go along, is the overall philosophy behind what is termed as the future of computing, which is metaverse. So I'll spend some time on that towards the end, but let's get started, right? So by the way, I head the Microsoft Technology Center. I get to host one customer every single day. That's what I'm happy about. What that does to me as an individual is helps me understand, helps my knowledge graph, which I would love to say that every day it gets updated with new perspectives, new view, thought process, what's working, what's not working, right? In that context, I think what is true today is, yes, customer needs are changing every single day. I don't think any two customers are the same. Each customer is like a snowflake. Their requirements are different. and their challenges are different. So hence, in the current times, while we're innovating as Microsoft with ton of updates that happens every single day, what is very critical is to complement one philosophy that every single organization is actually wanting to become, which is they want to become an intelligence-driven organization, right? What does it really mean? End of the day, ability for them to actually have a single version of truth at their disposal, on top of which they can bring or rather build intelligent insights, right? It's no easy task, by the way. Most of us work for our companies, and end of the day, our decisions made scientifically looking at data, at times yes, at times no. But can it get better? Absolutely. This is where the question comes to every organization. Can I look at data holistically? Can I bring in the much required agility to build applications and eventually help derive insights, which will complement the business, right? Again, in all this, the thematic here is go to market, right? That means I look at a platform to help me go to market faster. I look at a platform which will help me innovate faster. So it's all about speed to market, right? End of the day, as I said, intelligence-driven organization is a theme, and it's also an aspiration for many companies, because you may be data-driven, but can you call yourself an AI-led company? That's where a lot of research is happening on that trail, but a lot of investments are happening. When I say investments, they're all experiments, because end of the day, in the world of data and AI, on the data side, yes, a lot of investments happening. On the AI side, some research from, I would say, building MVPs, building POCs are still happening. So hence, we can't say that AI has arrived and it's making a difference. It will make a difference for sure. But the theme is clear to all of us. It is about becoming intelligence-driven, right? Now, moving on, while we talk about technology updates happening on Azure, eventually we talk about, again, two trends which are kind of true to every single organization, which is about intelligent automation. How do we ensure we automate things using the power of Azure Cloud? Use services which will help us automate. Automation is not about a business process. Automation can be across any concept. It can be about infrastructure management, also can be automation. If you look at a service like Azure Arc actually helps you intelligently manage your infrastructure, which can be across multiple clouds, across edge networks, right? So intelligent automation is a theme, which is a classic manifestation of RPA and AI, is a reality. Second, of course, is autonomous systems. I'm not sure how many of you kind of looked at Project Bonsai on Azure, right? That's our industrial AI platform, which helps you bring in autonomy into your operation. End of the day, you talk about automation. The next leap for a lot of organizations is, while we have automated processes, can there be a trail where there is no human in the loop? It is self-healing process. It takes decision on its own, brings in the right people, right process, and right decisions being done at the right time, right? Of course, Gartner calls it as hyper-automation, which is true in the current times, going forward as well. The theme is very clear to us. Hyper-automation is something which is true. Every application you're building today will have a level of automation as a component, and eventually AI as one of the elements, which is a key trait to all applications built in the modern world. Now, let's look at a few things here, right? If you're looking at any company, we talk about customer needs are changing, but eventually, if an organization is transforming in the modern world, if they want to thrive in the modern world, if there's one element, this is what our CEO Satya Nadella tells us beautifully. It's about tech intensity, right? Ability for any firm to adopt technology is also a classic representation of how intense their tech acumen is as a company. So tech intensity is at the center of everything that happens in every company today. Again, all of us know that every company is becoming a technology company, irrespective of the industry domain, whether it's healthcare, manufacturing, retail, doesn't matter. It's about technology. Now, I'm sure most of you would know about the Microsoft Cloud, but interestingly, if you look at it, Azure is the foundation pretty much for everything that happens under Microsoft Cloud. Today, we have industry clouds, 6 of them, right, including the latest one, which is sustainability, which is announced. Now, if you look at all of that, Azure is truly powering all of these capabilities in the cloud significantly every single day. Now, again, looking at this block, it might appear like, they're all building blocks, but of course, they're building blocks, but what is true on the ground is there is architecture coherence across the board. There is seamless integration that will happen across the board. Interoperability is at center, right? When you're building, let's say, program in C#, and when we talk about calling a program in Java, in the past we spoke about interoperability bridges. Given in the current times that every single platform capability that we build as Microsoft will have interoperability addressed, there is architectural coherence so that integration happens seamlessly. And of course, finally, what's important is how do you manage them across the board. So again, today, if you look at large enterprises, their ability for them to manage deployments, manage infrastructure seamlessly using, let's say, Azure Kubernetes service, right? I was talking to a customer yesterday where in terms of the key cloud tenets to be elasticity as one of the core tenet, they use Kubernetes significantly to pretty much when it comes to managing throughput, managing the velocity that they have at their ingestion point, which is in millions per second, which runs into billions end of the day. They use the managed services significantly. So the question is, do you want to build something because you have the technical horsepower, or do you want to leverage something which is built for you so that you can focus on something else? That's where the cloud native kind of takes the cake away end of the day, right? Now, moving on, if you look at Azure, of course, every single day there are multiple updates happening, right, across Azure applications, Azure infrastructure, data, and artificial intelligence, right? These are the three or four blocks that dominantly we see on Azure. As a developer, ability for you to look at, let's say, programming language like a C#, ability for you to build solutions leveraging the power of all these independent services is something which we call it as democratizing technology. And if it's intent here is to make it simple for you, right? With least number of lines of code you can write, can we give you an efficient output? That's top of mind for every engineer at Microsoft. Now, this is again, our CEO was shared some time back. The core thematic of Azure runs across multiple blocks you saw in the previous one, but that being the foundation. But how do we ensure we offer an end-to-end platform? It's an end-to-end platform. You look at automation, you look at autonomy, you look at low code and no code, right? And you look at build once, run anywhere. Build once and take it to either intelligent cloud or intelligent edge. I think all of that is a reality. You have to worry less about all this stuff today, interestingly, right? Because in the past, beyond writing a piece of code, you had to worry a lot about, hey, will it interoperate seamlessly with other system? How do I focus on integration? What about data models, right? All of that were a big cause of concern. But today, the beauty is you have a common data model across. You're talking about architectural coherence, and hence ability for you to build intelligent cloud-native apps is something which is run-of-the-mill in the current times. It's no more a luxury, it's a necessity, right? As you see in the slide here, while we talk about developer velocity, it's also about complementing the current theme in the industry. Industry 4.0 kind of is being front and center to a lot of industry, not just manufacturing but across the board. Building a digital twin, leveraging the power of AR, VR, and MR. Right, right. Today, the beauty is as you're programming, you don't program keeping, let's say, a form factor in mind. Right, you're talking about building a function which can morph into any form factor. Today, it can be mobile device or a tablet, but tomorrow it can be mixed reality, HoloLens, head-mounted device, HMDs, right? I mean, that's the beauty of programming on Azure. Now, if you look at, I want to reflect on a couple of things, right? One is, of course, we talk about data and AI as a philosophy, which is a true fabric to any application to build, right? Let me give you an example here. We talk about modernizing enterprise, right, on Azure. Now, there are two parts to that modernization. One is an application part of the story. Second is data part of the story. Now, both need not go hand in hand. That's the learning we've had for a long time. That means data modernization, keep it independent, because that's a larger problem you're solving at the enterprise level to create a single version of truth. Application modernizations can happen in independent trails, and that can continue on one trail. But data and application modernization will converge at some point. That's the beauty. Eventually, they'll converge, right? Now, talking about some of the new services that Microsoft announced recently, of course, database services, significantly, updates have happened there, right? If you look at today, Azure Synapse Analytics. Now, Synapse also, we all know Synapse pathway, right? It's a great way for you to bring in, let's say, a data warehousing solution onto the cloud with least effort, right? Analytics and insights. In fact, if you look at Power BI, a ton of updates happen to Power BI as a visualization tool. Governance is new. In fact, governance is probably a lot more critical beyond data discussion today, because if you look at data stewards or chief security officers, a big deal for them is how do we ensure data is managed effectively, efficiently, with utmost focus on security and privacy, right? And AI is given that, you think about AI, you think about how do we leverage the power of data. One thing you want to keep in mind, I mentioned autonomous systems earlier. We are entering, it's an inception phase, by the way. We're entering an era where you have machine learning on one end. You also machine teaching, which is autonomous systems powered by Project Bonsai. By the way, Bonsai is in public preview. Check it out on Azure. So that's a huge shift. It's a massive research led to the innovation, and eventually it's been made public as Project Bonsai. So look at that in terms of how reinforcement learning as a technique powers machine teaching as a construct. Next one, of course, I mentioned AI, but eventually when it comes to the intelligent insights that you want to derive, you have amassed data, you have infrastructure, you take care of that. But eventually, the complete data science lifecycle being reality on Azure is what is driving a lot of innovations as we go along. But let's look at this. We talk about in my presentation today, if I want to remember a couple of things, one is what I'm just speaking right now, which is, yes, there is a need for us to look at confidential computing as one of the key tenets of how solution gets, how I would say models get built in future with utmost focus on security, privacy. The second, of course, is metaverse, which I'll speak. Now, confidential computing, we talk about a couple of things here, right? One is, by the way, confidential computing in partnership with Intel, we've released hardware component. It's a hardware-based trusted execution environment. You should look at that. It's essential component of how organizations will share data in the public cloud, train there, and deploy to the edge. Now, we always talk about protecting data, or rather encrypting data at rest, and eventually, when it comes to data in transit, we secure it in terms of HTTPS, transport layer TLS. Now, what about data in use? Because when I say data in use, you may be running a query, you may be running a machine learning model. How do you protect data while that is happening, right? That's where confidential computing comes into rescue. This is a new stream of innovation which is powered by hardware and software coming together to solve or give an environment where consortium can get together and kind of exchange data without actually sacrificing on the PII data or a privacy of the data. That means you share data, and you rest assured that because of trusted execution environment, the other party, while they may run their machine learning model on your data, they will not see the data, right? Let's take industry case here, which is anti-money laundering. Between two banks today, you can't share data. Regulatory, of course, privacy and security. Can they anonymize data and share it in a consortium where models can learn on the behavior of how retail bankers are using, I would say, digital medium to kind of move things around, and can they be learning there, right? So this is a very important stream of innovation happening. Now let's shift gears, which comes to my last part of my presentation, which is metaverse. Metaverse, if you've heard about it, I'm sure you would know, but otherwise for somebody who's seeing for the first time, metaverse as a design philosophy is basically a concept where it's a shared virtual space where each of us get to work, play, and network, right? Today we talk about hybrid work. Now imagine a world while we're connected on a platform where you can see my video, where I can present, etc., or I can be in a conference, I can be in a virtual conference here. But imagine all of us connecting in the virtual world where we can actually see each other, we can actually interact, almost like how it would happen had we all assembled in the one room, in a conference room, right? So it's a shared virtual space, but a lot can happen in that, right? In terms of solution, that's a concept. But if you look at on the whole, as Microsoft, our worldview has been intelligent cloud, intelligent edge. That's something which is true for a long time, right? Today we talk of building solutions in the cloud, and you deploy to the edge. That's the horsepower you get in the cloud. But considering metaverse, we're entering an era where digital twins, Azure Digital Twin, by the way, is a capability which you'll see later, but digital twin is a reality, right? Now, let's look at how does metaverse complement this philosophy generally. So you look at having a digital replica of a physical environment as a digital twin. Now, what can you do with digital twin? Of course, you replicate, you synchronize data across, I would say data and signals, both in terms of the behavioral elements of what's happening in the particular physical environment, in the digital environment. Now you monitor that seamlessly, right? I mean, end of the day, when it comes to monitoring it, you look at, that's mostly descriptive, right? That means you track the past in terms of what happened in the past, right? And of course, you definitely want to analyze and derive insights in terms of what may happen in future. That's prediction, right? What may happen in future. Now, once you do that, by the way, this is purely basis the data that we've already have in on-premise setup in the physical environment, a digital replica of which is where we're trying to simulate the real-time statistics and also building some predictive models. Now, while you're doing that, lot of times, what may happen in the future, for you to really act upon what should be the prescription to avoid that or complement that, depending on positive or negative, you have to simulate it. That's where autonomy comes into the picture, right? That's where autonomous systems controls, which is what I mentioned earlier in terms of Project Bonsai, comes into your rescue there, right? Now, once you simulate that, that's where you establish interactivity with a specific, I would say, physical and digital world. Now, this is the true representation of metaverse, right? In fact, if you look at metaverse capability, this is completely lit up on Azure, by the way. If you look at from the bottommost pillar here, which is the physical world, till establishing interactivity happens by way of you bringing, let's say, a HoloLens or HT Reverb G2 or Oculus, whichever head-mounted device you're talking about. You can bring in those devices. Of course, we're talking mixed reality, so we're not talking virtual reality here, because mixed reality brings in, it's a perfect blend of physical world and the digital world, right? So that's what it is. So in fact, this is basically I want to establish today in about 20 minutes or so, and make sure that if you want to remember two things from presentation, one is, of course, confidential computing, and second is metaverse, right? This is something which I want to share today. End of the day, both of these are emerging, or I would say they're at the inception stages in terms of people knowing what it is, and ability for them to conceptualize solutions, leveraging the power of, let's say, confidential computing in the machine learning world, or metaverse, which is across industries, across scenarios, where you bring in the power of physical world and digital world together as a metaverse, and for all of us to interact, communicate, network, and see how the world will evolve from here on. So with that, I'll take a pause here, and you can reach out to me anytime if you have any questions. These are my coordinates. I'm quite active on LinkedIn. Feel free to reach out to me there as well. But otherwise, I'll hand it back to Simon from here. If at all, we can get into Q&A, Simon.
That was absolutely a great, Sandeep. To be honest, I just wonder that why didn't I ever reach out to you in the past for any of the sessions? Starting from the very beginning, you'd say that you work with one customer every day. That's really, really exciting. What's up with that? I mean, how does your day in a work day look like?
So, Simon, look at it this way. So I had the Microsoft Technology Center in Bangalore. It's an experience center. By the way, worldwide, as Microsoft, we have about 45 centers. About half of them are in the US. India has one. That's what I lead. Now, what do we do on a daily basis? So we do strategy briefings, architecture design sessions, and of course, envisioning sessions with customers. Now, our sellers in Microsoft, they use MTC, which is the setup I spoke about, as an intervention to drive sales, right? Or to have futuristic conversations on emerging technologies. So our calendars are booked 3 weeks ahead of time. So if a customer wants to come and have a strategy briefing with my team, virtually or physically in the current times, earliest date available is, let's say, second week of October. Okay. So hence I say, when I say one customer, so customers are lined up for us. We're fortunate. I'm privileged to be working for this group where I get to interact with customers every single day. That way, there's a lot of learnings. That helps me also, create meaningful perception about, hey, what's working, what's not working, rather than just pushing a technology to a customer.
Wow, wow, this sounds so exciting. You're one of a very unique keynote speakers that we have. Sandeep, we did talk about intelligent automation, RPA. RPA did take a boom in past 4 to 5 years, and you did mention that the next big thing is more about autonomous system, right? I've not seen many people talking about it, so that was a great insight. Plus, you did share about the visions, what's next, current trend. You did talk about the metaverse. But Sandeep, what I see, I mean, we do these live shows and conferences like every other day. But what I see, what we are moving more towards, if I talk with the cloud, we're moving more towards hybrid. And I see Microsoft also embracing it, because if I visit the Azure landing page, I see it works on premises, hybrid, and multi-cloud, right? We're moving towards multi-cloud. What are your couple of thoughts on it?
I would say it's real. Let me put it this way. Hybrid has been a strength as a platform provider for a long time. It's very, very real, because today, no conversation happens, Simon, without we talking hybrid. In fact, just so that you know, we just welcomed Azure Stack Edge Pro 2 weeks back at our facility. That means I can build a meaningful model in the cloud. I can deploy to Edge, right? That's number one. Number two, customers, large enterprise customers, they also are in a multi-cloud setup. They want to bet on multiple things. They want to take the best of both worlds or multiple worlds. Now ability for us to encourage that thinking and help them adapt cloud, agnostic of any, or rather not having any affinity for a cloud, but yet build solution which can work across, right? I mean, if you look at how Kubernetes has taken over the world, it is purely for that philosophy, saying, let me package it in a container, and I can take the container wherever I want, whether it is Edge, other cloud, or a Microsoft cloud, or a private cloud. So it is very real. Absolutely.
That's great. So thank you, Sandeep. To be honest, we would love to know who else in your team, right? You sound very, very exciting, and I personally love your slides. So we would love to explore more with your team, and what are the exciting things that you are doing here in India. As I said, we have a lot more presence offline in India, but online in US and Europe, but with these virtual events. But I'm really excited to learn what else the India team is involved. Sandeep, having said that, thank you so much for your time once again. I really appreciate it. It's almost evening here in India. And I would say have a nice evening, and thank you so much.
No, thanks for hosting, Simon. Pleasure was all mine, as I shared my perspective. So look forward to collaboration in the future. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sandeep. Ta-da. Bye. All right, with that, before we move to the next session, I just got a courier, right? So we have been, so our events are all free, right? The events that we do at Sept is all free. But here's what I got a courier, and this courier is the award that we're going to give to our speakers. And do you see the? Yay. Okay, maybe over here. You see? Okay, no, that's way. All right, this way. So this is the award that we're going to give away to speakers. I think there's some changes needed, right? I don't like this white one. So maybe we need to make it transparent. So we'll change it. This is just a demo, but I still like it. It's very heavy, and I love it. So for all the speakers, right, we have our 150 speakers. We're going to ship it internationally. Okay, having said that, I'm really excited for the next session, as I'm hosting Prashant for the second time. Prashant has recently moved to a new organization, and someone from that organization is also doing the keynote, Vishwas Lele, the regional director for Microsoft from US. And today, Prashant is going to talk about introducing AI and cognitive services for developers and information workers. And having said that, let's invite Prashant. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021. Can you not hear me?
I can hear you. Hey, Simon, how are you?
I'm doing great, Prashant. First, congratulations on your new journey, right? I just saw on LinkedIn, so congratulations
Thank
on
you.
that. How's your Tuesday early morning going on? What time is it? Like 7 a.m. in your
It's
place?
7 a.m. in the morning. Yep, I am excited about giving my session at Azure Summit 2021 or Cloud Summit 2021.
Yeah, so we had to change it, right? And we are very open. So this event went so big that LinkedIn event has crashed. There we
Oh,
cannot do any more registrations on LinkedIn.
mhm.
Even the page has crashed. So we had to make some changes. And the Azure marketing team was like, "Hey, this event looks like a first-class Microsoft event." So
Mhm.
you got to change the name. So
Okay.
never mind. I think that still there's a ton of momentum going on social media. And Prashant, I won't take much of your time, right? We're going to do chit chat after your session. So
Sure.
feel free to go ahead and share a screen. And everyone who's watching it, feel free to drop your questions in the comments. We're going to take Q&A after this session. The session is about 25 minutes. And if you're joining us from Microsoft Learn TV, we don't have a Q&A option over there, but hit that URL that's on your right-hand side, and that will take you to the Azure Summit Live website. Having said that, Prashant, I see your screen. Everybody can see your screen now. Maybe you would like to click on that hide pop-up of StreamYard, right?
All right.
All right. Next 25 minutes, Prashant, is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon, and rest of the organizers of Cloud Summit 2021. Welcome to the session on Introduction to AI and Cognitive Services for Developers and Information Workers. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, depending on your time zone. My name is Prashant G Bhoyar. I was born and raised in India. Came to United States in 2007 for studies. I am University of Maryland College Park alumni. I co-authored a book, PowerShell for Office 65. I also acted as a technical reviewer for the book Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington, D.C. area, and we organize a lot of community conferences. So if you are interested, definitely check us out on meetup.com. I am recipient of Antarctic Service Medal, and since 2017, I'm recipient of Microsoft MVP Award. So those of you who are not familiar with this award, I don't work for Microsoft. It's just the additional recognition that Microsoft gives out to the folks who does technical contributions in various areas. And this award is only valid for 1 year. And after 1 year, you had to again reapply and submit your contributions. And if your contributions are good enough, then you get awarded for additional 1 year. Currently, as Simon mentioned, I recently changed job. So I'm right now working as Cloud Solution Architect at AIS. And I focus on business process automation, and I work at AIS Reston headquarters, which is very close to the Washington, D.C. Okay. So this is going to be the agenda. This is going to be introductory session or 100-level session. I will talk about maybe for a minute approach, then what is AI, what is machine learning, what are cognitive services, how to get started, demos, key takeaways, and Q&A. Feel free to ask your questions in the live stream. I am using 2 monitors, and Simon is also here to help me with the questions. So the approach that we're going to take in this session is geared towards non-data scientists. That means the target audience is developers, IT pros, and power users. So whenever we talk about AI, it's very, very important to level set the expectation because the first thing most of the people think about whenever we mention AI is a sci-fi movies or machine taking over another planets or machine invading another planets. So this is the definition of AI I got from Google's AI researcher. AI is nothing but an effort to automate intellectual tasks normally performed by humans. Now, it's very important to understand where we are in our AI journey. So we can categorize AI into 3 categories. One is the strong AI, where machines are so powerful, they can invade other planets, they can destroy other planets, they can travel across galaxy. Now, strong AI right now only exists in sci-fi movies and novels. Then there is a second category called artificial general intelligence, where machines are very, very intelligent and they can perform very complex tasks. One of the example is, if you have seen Marvel Comics Iron Man franchise, in that we have a main character called Tony Stark. And Tony Stark has a personal assistant called Jarvis. Now, Jarvis is very intelligent. He can perform very, very complicated tasks. And that is part of AGI. Again, AGI exists only in novels and sci-fi movies. Where we are right now is we are at weak AI, where we have specialized services for specialized tasks. Now, one of the surveys that I would like to show you is that I forgot to start. Give me a minute. Always use subtitles. All right. And let me start this. Okay, looks like I have to do some configuration, but okay, perfect, it's there. So I just turn on the live subtitles for my talk. And I am talking in English and the subtitles are getting displayed in English as well. But let me go ahead and quickly change the language here. Since many of you may be coming from like watching this from India, so I'm quickly going to change the subtitle settings to Hindi and quickly start this again. And let's see if the subtitles come back again or not. So you can see here the subtitles are getting displayed live in Hindi. I'm speaking in English, and the Microsoft's AI is translating that speech in English into the Hindi. And you can see that most of the words are pretty accurate. Let me go back and change this to the English again. So the point I'm making here is right now we are at Week AI and we have specialized services for specialized tasks. And one of the services that you're seeing right now is on the screen where I'm speaking in, it is basically speech to text, and it doesn't matter what language I'm speaking, as long as that language is supported, you can see the output text on the screen. Now, this is the mission statement from Microsoft. They would like to make data science and AI accessible to everyone. And it doesn't matter what your role is and what kind of device you're using or where you are located. And some of the offerings and services that are coming from Microsoft is actually aligns really well with this mission statement. So if you're totally new in your AI journey, and if you would like to get started with your AI offerings in Microsoft, then these are the three main offerings you will find. And majority of the AI offerings in Microsoft ecosystem are part of AI. So Azure AI is the core of Microsoft AI offerings. Under AI apps and agents, we have Azure Bot Service and Azure Cognitive Services. Under knowledge mining, we have Azure Cognitive Search. Under machine learning, we have Azure Databricks, Azure Machine Learning, and Azure AI Infrastructure. And you may have heard about some other AI offerings from Power Platform Group or from Microsoft 365 Group. But behind the scene, they all use Azure AI. And these are some of the links you can follow if you would like to get started with majority of the AI services in Microsoft ecosystem. Now, if you are like me, like I started playing with Microsoft AI services 4 or 5 years before, but I was totally new to this and I didn't know where to start. So you can follow this flowchart. This flowchart explains like what kind of products or features are more applicable to you, is depending on what you would like to do. So if you would like to build your own machine learning models, and to build the machine learning models, you need to have the background in statistics and data science, then Azure Machine Learning is for you. If you are just would like to consume the pre-trained model, then Azure Cognitive Service and bots are for you. I fall into the second category where I don't have a lot of background in data science or in stats. So I lean more towards cognitive services and bots where the models are already pre-trained. I just have to use them and add intelligence to my application. So let's talk about the bots. If you would like to implement bots in Microsoft ecosystem, you have two options available. One is platform as a service, where we have Microsoft Bot Framework. Second is software as a service, where we have Power Virtual Agents. So Microsoft Bot Framework is open source. And right now you can use C#, Node.js, Java, and Python to build your custom bots. However, if you are planning to deploy your bots using Azure Bot Service, then only supported language right now are C# and Node.js. And Power Virtual Agents gives you a no-code experience for bot development. And it's ideal for business users and domain experts to easily build a bot. You can have a working bot within 30 minutes. It's so easy to use Power Virtual Agents. And behind the scene, Power Virtual Agents uses Microsoft Bot Framework, but you as a developer of the bot or you as a creator of the bot doesn't have to worry about any kind of custom code. Everything happens in the backend for you. There is another offering for Teams, and you may be wondering why I'm talking about an offering for Microsoft Teams in the session for AI. And there is a reason for it. So recently, Microsoft announced an offering called Microsoft Dataverse for Teams. It's a low-code data platform for Microsoft Teams. It supports build a low-code, no-code apps, flows, and most importantly, chatbots using Power Virtual Agents that can work within the Teams. The license for it is already included in most of the existing Teams licenses. That's why if you really want to get started with Power Virtual Agents, and if you already have a license for Teams, that may be your really good segue to just go into the Teams client and add the app for Power Virtual Agent and start creating the bots over there. And you can find more information by going to this particular link. Now let's talk about what is machine learning. As I mentioned in the beginning, this session is not for data scientists. Still, I want to spend a couple of minutes to talk about machine learning. The reason is it's important to understand the concept of it. So in machine learning, what we basically do is we examine large amount of data and using the machine learning algorithm of our choice, we would like to find the pattern that exists in that a large amount of data. And once we find the pattern, then we generate a model from it. And once we have a model, then we integrate that with our custom app to create a smarter application. So if I had to visualize, if you had to visualize this via flowchart, so you will have a data like unstructured data. However, that data will contain some kind of patterns in it. Then you will use machine learning algorithm of your choice. And that algorithm of your choice will help you to find the patterns. And then using that, you will generate your model. And your model will help you to recognize the pattern in the new set of data. And then you will integrate your model into your application. And to your application, then you feed the new set of data so you can make a better prediction and create smarter application. So one thing you have to keep in mind is no matter how good of your model is, you still need to integrate that with your custom application to make an intelligent app. So the point here is you will always need the combination of a data scientist or machine learning engineers and the developers to make a meaningful application. And if you would like to go deep into machine learning, these are some of the popular algorithms that you can use. And this is the cheat sheet you can follow from Microsoft documentation, which gives you more information about the individual machine learning algorithms. Now, if you are like me, who's more interested in the applied AI part of Microsoft offerings, then the cognitive services are for you. Cognitive services are nothing but a pre-trained model which are available to us as in the form of a REST API. So it's very easy to use. As long as you know how to use REST API, you can use cognitive services and infuse intelligence in your application. They are flexible. So you can use any language of your choice as long as that language supports consumption of REST-based API. That means you're no longer restricted to use only Microsoft ecosystem stack. You can use Node.js, you can use Python, you can use iOS ecosystem, you can be a Linux shop as well. And the pre-trained model that Microsoft has used for cognitive services are actually part of Microsoft research. They are tested really well, and there is a really good documentation available. If you have any issues, you can post those on Stack Overflow, and Microsoft is paying people to monitor those and provide you the answers. So if cognitive services are nothing but the REST-based API, where can we use them? So you can use them in any application that can consume REST-based API. So if you are a developer, you can use it in JavaScript application, console application, .NET application, Java-based application, iOS application, Node.js, logic apps. If you are not a developer, still you can use cognitive services and infuse intelligence in your application using the products like Microsoft Flow, SharePoint Desire 2013. It's a deprecated product. I don't recommend using it. However, if you're still using SharePoint on-premise, and that's the only option you have to create workflows, then in the new 2013 designer, you can create 2013 style workflows where you can call the REST-based API. And there you can use cognitive services. You can use that with third-party products like RPA is the latest buzzword in the industry, and there are a lot of big players in the RPA ecosystem. Microsoft is offering via WinAutomate. There is a UiPath, Blue Prism. So you can use the cognitive services with these RPA tools, and you can also use cognitive services with other automation tools or workflow tools, as long as those tools supports the consumption of REST-based APIs. So what are some of the practical applications we can build using cognitive services? Is like if you have a big set of data on the training that your employees has or your team members have received, then you can build a model that can give you a recommendation on the training needs, so the organization can be better prepared in terms of the resourcing and also in terms of the timeline. We can also use that for process improvement as well. I know a few ISVs in Microsoft ecosystem are using the machine learning models to better predict the process improvement. For example, if you have a long running process, and if you have a good historical data set of that, then you can use machine learning model of your choice that can give you a recommendation whether, hey, you need to tweak your process. This particular step, number 2 to 3, is taking too much time. Maybe it's time to evaluate that and see whether you would like to break that or whether you just like to completely get rid of that. We can use, there are a lot of practical applications using the text analysis, and we will be focusing in today's demo more on text analytics. So we can use text analytics for product reviews. We can use that for document classification or case classification. Now, majority of the organization has a large file shares or large document repositories. And typically those document repositories or file share are not really well organized, or they are not categorized properly or tagged properly. So you can use text analytics API to do that automatically for you. We can use for social media analytics, intellectual property, plagiarism check, and sentiment analysis as well. So with that, let's quickly jump into the demo of cognitive services. So for that, what I'll be doing is I'll be quickly opening up my browser, and let me resize this so that the text subtitles are also visible. And use your favorite browser and use your favorite search engine and quickly search for Microsoft Cognitive Services. And the link that we're looking for is this one. So quickly go to this link and scroll down. On this link, you'll find the description about what are Microsoft Cognitive Services. And one thing you have to keep in mind is cognitive services are a part of Azure. So to use cognitive services, you need a valid Azure subscription. So if you scroll down here towards the middle section of the page, you will see that cognitive services are categorized into 4 categories. One is decision, language, speech, and vision. And by default, decision is selected. And under decision, we have anomaly detector, content moderator, and personalizer. And if I select language, then under language, we have language understanding, Q&A maker, text analytics, and translator. Under speech, I have speech to text, text to speech, speech translation, speaker recognition, which is under preview. And under vision, I have computer vision, custom vision, and face API. So if you are interested in exploring any of these service, just click on that service page. In this case, we'll be using text analytics. And once you open that page, then here you will be seeing some information about that particular service. And if you scroll down, and if you're lucky, or not lucky, sorry, if you scroll down, some of the services pages has some sample application that we can play with. Here, we cannot play with this application, but Microsoft has given us an application to give us insights like how the service actually works. So on the left-hand side, we have this box, and in that box has some text in it. And this text has been sent to the text analytics API, and whatever the response came back, that response has arranged in a proper format into this particular box in the right-hand section, where it is giving us what kind of language this text is written, what are some of the key phrases, and what are some of the sentiments for the sentences, and what are some of the name entities, PI entities, and link entities. And if you're a developer and if you would like to know in what format the response came back from the text analytics API, just click on the JSON tab, and this will give you information on in what format the response came back from the text analytics API. And now let's say if you like what you saw and you would like to play with this text analytics API, you can scroll down, and there is a lot of documentation available here, some code samples, some examples of using the Power Automate. And these are some of the companies that are using this cognitive services. So as I mentioned, to use text analytics API or any other cognitive service, you need a valid Azure subscription. So first thing we'll be doing is we'll be going into our Azure portal and quickly spin up the text analytics service. So go to the Azure portal there and click on create a resource. And the thing we are looking for is the text analytics. Now, when it comes to creating the cognitive services service, you can either create individual service individual API service, or you can create a single one called cognitive service. And inside that, you can have multiple services. For example, if I click on this cognitive service, within the same service, I can have the API, text analytics API, the vision, and other stuff. However, if you are playing this for the first time, I recommend you to create the individual service. So in this case, it's text analytics. Click on that and then click create. And here we have to select what kind of subscription we would like to use, and then what kind of resource group that we would like to use, and then the region. Now, make sure whenever you're creating a cognitive service, the region that you're selecting plays a very important role, because depending on the region, the response that you get or the results that you get may vary. And also, it's always a good practice that if your majority of the users are going to be in a particular region, make sure while creating a resource, it's in the similar location. So I'm in the United States I'm in the East Coast of United States, so I'm going to use US East Coast. Then just give it a name like Cloud Summit 2021. And with each service comes a free tier. So if you are playing with any service for the first time, just go with the free tier. That way you won't get charged for anything. However, there is one caveat. You can create a free tier once per subscription. So if someone has already created a free tier of a service in your subscription, then you cannot do that. It's only allowed once. Select that and just click review and create. And once you create that, you will basically get redirected to the page like this, where your service will be created. Now, once the service is created, click on the overview here. And here you will see the information about your service, what's the location, whether it's active or not, the pricing tier, the endpoint. So quickly note down this endpoint URL because we will need that to construct our API calls. Then in the left-hand navigation, click on keys and endpoint and copy the key. So make sure you're not sharing your key with anyone, because if I know your endpoint and if I know your key, then I can make calls on your behalf and you will basically getting charged for it. So that's why it's very, very important that you are not uploading your keys anywhere, or if you're not, uploading, like adding your keys into your public repository so that everyone will have access to it. Now, one of the good things that I really like about Azure, whenever you create a new resource in Azure, always in the left-hand navigation, look for the option called Quick Start. So if you click on a Quick Start, majority of the services or app will give you some introductory information. For example, here, if you would like to see how to use this text analytics API in the C# or in Python or Node.js, these are like various samples available to you. So this way you can find always the latest and greatest information, because whenever you search for something, the results that you get may not be relevant anymore because things change so fast. So I always recommend people to, especially if you're starting anything new in Azure, go to Quick Start and click on these links, because then Microsoft will make sure these links are accurate and also the steps that you will be following are accurate. So now we will be going back to the first demo, where what I have done is I have used this cognitive services text analytics API and created an application without writing a single line of code. So for this, what I have used is I use a simple SharePoint a list where I'll be providing a feedback. Let's call it as a Cloud Summit 2021. Let's give a kudos to Simon and C# team is doing amazing job. And right now I'll be keeping the sentiment score, language, and key phrases as blank. Let me go ahead and save this. And there are some flows which are running in the backend, which will basically make the call to the text analytics API. And once the response come back, they will update that in this particular column. So while we're waiting for it, let's go back to the deck and let me show you a few things. So text analytics API help us to analyze unstructured text. A couple of things we can do is we can do language extract detection, key phrase extraction, sentiment analysis. And if you're a dev, then this is how your endpoint URL will be. The first thing will be your URL of your service. Then after that /text/analytics/version, which is 3.0. And then if you would like to extract key phrases, then after that /key phrases. If you would like to extract language, then after that languages. If you would like to extract sentiment, then after that you have to add sentiment. And if you would like to get entities, then this is the URL that you had to make. So let's go back now here and quickly. So you see that the sentiment score came back and the key phrase came back. Now let's go ahead and quickly see how this has been implemented. So here I have a flow. Again, if you are not familiar with flow, it's okay. If you are familiar with Logic App, the flows work very similar to Logic App, where you have to have a trigger. And once the trigger condition is met, then you can have a series of steps that will get executed. So here I have a trigger that whenever a new feedback is submitted, start the flow. And then we are using the action, which is out-of-the-box action available in Flow called key phrases. And here we are providing the text value of it is what text that we would like to send to this. And whatever the response come back from this key phrases action, we are using that output and updating the back that to the existing feedback that we submitted. Now, how we will make connection from this particular key phrases action to our cognitive services? If you click on these 3 dots, and if you click on this add a new connection, so here you can give it a name. Let's call it as a Cloud Summit 2021. Here you can give the key. I'm not going to paste my key here because I don't want to share that. And here we'll be pasting the URL, which is going to be this one. And this URL we will get from our Azure portal. So if you can always go back to the keys and endpoint, and you can copy this endpoint URL, and then you go back here, paste that, and then here you paste that your key, and then you will start create. And then that way, whenever the flow will run, it will first make sure the connection entries that you have mentioned are valid, and then if it's valid, then it will execute this. Similarly, for detecting the language, we have used the same concept where the flow will start whenever a new item is created, and it will detect. Then the action we are using is detect language, and we can add the connection to our cognitive service by going here and click add a new connection. And once the language information came back, we're just updating that back to the SharePoint list. So this was a quick and easy implementation of cognitive services, especially text analytics, without writing a single line of code. Now, if you're a hardcore dev, then you can do like pretty amazing things using the cognitive services. So this sample I'm showing you here is written using C#.NET. And the source code you can find on my GitHub profile. It's very simple implementation. What I have done is I have 2 Word documents on my file system. One has this text, the second one has this text and image. And using the cognitive services text analytics API, we will be quickly analyzing the information about that, like what language those documents are written, what are some of the key phrases in it, and also oops, looks like I have these documents open. Let me close this. Sorry about that. And let me stop it and start the debugger again. Okay. And because of the time limitation, I'm going through this real quick. But if you go to my GitHub sample, you will find information about this in more detail. Okay, so these are the things that got displayed on the screen here. So as you can see, the first thing we got sentiment value here. Then we got the key phrases. And here we got the language value. So if you can see here, for the first document, the language came back as EN. EN stands for English, and the confidence score came as 0.92. For the second document, the language came as EN again, and the confidence score was 97. Regarding the key phrases for the first document, the key phrases were cognitive services Microsoft AI, and the second document was some bunch of text that was there in the document. So this was a quick and easy way to consume the text analytics API. Now, one of the key things you have to keep in mind is Text Analytics API or in all the cognitive services use pre-trained model. That means the model that Microsoft has created, you don't have any control over it. Microsoft has prepared those models and they have used the test data to prepare that. However, if these services are not giving you the response or the result that you're looking for, you can always build your own custom model. And the service for that is Azure Machine Learning. I'm not going to go any deep in it, but this is a really good service where data scientists can go and create a custom model. And one of the advantage of using Azure Machine Learning is once your model is ready, you can deploy that as a web service, so that then developers can then use that web service and start infusing intelligence in your application. If you are really interested getting your hands dirty, especially with Power Virtual Agent, I recommend you to go to this particular link and sign up for Microsoft 365 Developer Program. Once you go to this link and sign up, you can get your personal Microsoft 365 tenant for free. It is valid for 90 days. It comes with 25 users, and it comes with the highest level of licensing that is available, which is E5. And let's say if you are using this tenant for personal training and development, after 90 days, Microsoft will automatically renew your subscription, and they will keep on doing it as long as this program is active and you are using this tenant for personal training and development. So it's a really good way to get your own tenant. You will be a domain admin, and you can play with a lot of services that are there in Microsoft 365, including Teams, SharePoint, Power Platform, Power Virtual Agent, Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate. We can always sign up for the free trial as well. However, when you sign up for free trial, you have to use your credit card. Now, to use cognitive services, you need access to Azure, and there are multiple ways where you can get Azure subscription. My personal recommendation is for if you want to get Azure subscription for your self-training and development, then get that via MSDN. If you don't have access to MSDN, you can always sign up for free trial. However, you need to use a credit card. If you're still going to school, there is a really good program available from Microsoft called Azure for Students. And using this program, you can get some credits, and the credit depends on your country. However, it's a good way to get your personal tenant Azure subscription without using a credit card. So hopefully the content we covered today made you explore cognitive services and Azure Machine Learning. And these are the links. With that, we come to the end of the talk. And these are my contact details. If you have any questions in future, feel free to connect with me. I'm available on LinkedIn, Twitter, and my email address is mentioned here as well. With that, thank you, Manish, for joining us today. And let me know if you have any questions. Over to you, Simon.
All right, Prashant, that was absolutely amazing. I was just looking at your session, sitting back tight. I think you covered the entire ecosystem of Microsoft AI. You did cover the cognitive services, how you can, what are the tools available, with some demos coming in, right? So I think let's see if you have any questions. There's one question in the comment that is asking that, can we update the model while it is still in the production? Because there's a huge amount of data that keeps coming in, right? So maybe it depends upon what kind of machine learning model you approach.
So excellent question. Again, I will reiterate that if you are using cognitive services, we don't have rights to update that model. Only Microsoft has. However, if you are building your own custom model, then yes, there is a whole stream called MLOps. You can explore that, where that particular stream can give you more information about how you can update your model and deploy that to production.
Okay, so you mean to say that if I'm using cognitive services, I need not worry about all this hassle by training, testing, and all that.
Correct.
Microsoft would do it. And if I need to create my own custom, even though I can go ahead and upload some images and get it done and train the model, right? Even that is like a piece of cake. So I need not be a very hardcore developer, as you said, right? You need not be very developer to go ahead and get started with the Microsoft AI ecosystem.
So again, for the second part, it depends on what kind of tool or technology you have used to create your machine learning model. If you go with Azure Machine Learning, then a lot of things are very easy and streamlined for you, where the updation of the model, publishing the latest change of your model to the production is very easy, and it's really well integrated with other ALM practices of Azure.
Okay, that makes sense. So I think if you want to go ahead and get started, visit the Microsoft AI. I think the Microsoft website, you'll find a lot of products over there. Select cognitive services or AI and machine learning. And that will, as you showed on the website, there's a lot of documentation and how to get started on that landing page. I believe that would be very helpful. Having said that, Prashant, it's early morning. It was absolutely amazing, great session. Good way, I believe, to start your day with some Microsoft AI. Thank you so much. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Simon, and the rest of the organizers at G Shop Corner. I know like organizing the conferences like this takes a lot of time and effort, and we really appreciate whatever you guys do for the community for it.
All right. Thank you, Prashant. Thank you for your time once again. As always, we'd love to host you back whenever you're available. And yeah, have a happy Tuesday.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. With an absolutely amazing session, we now rush to the next session. That's by Nikola. Nikola is he recently got his MVP award, but I still remember when I met him for the very first time, I was like, this guy needs an MVP award anyway. So I know we're already 5 minutes in his session, but everyone who's watching, don't forget to ask a question in the comments. And we have the contest also running on. So every question asked can get you some giveaways. Having said that, the next session is by Nikola. He's going to talk about Power BI and Synapse, the art of impossible. Hi, Fred. How are you?
Hi, Simon. Nice to see you again. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks. And you?
Yeah, it's great to connect back with you, Nicola. I follow your Sunday reading post that you share every weekend. So that's an absolute, when you say, hey, that's a Sunday reading, I always follow that. So
thanks for that. Thanks.
I'm really happy to host you once again. I know, Nicola, we're already 5 minutes in your session, right? So let's quickly go and get started with your session. I've added your screen to the stream. Everybody can see it. And we're going to do chit chat towards the end of the session.
Sure.
And next 25 minutes is all yours.
Sure. Thanks. Perfect. So hi, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, and welcome to Cloud Summit from my side. Today, I want to talk about Azure Synapse Analytics from a perspective of Power BI developer. And we will try to cover some interesting scenarios and understand how these two products work in synergy. As we are limited with time, I'll skip long introduction of myself. You can see all the details on your screens. I will just say that my name is Nikola Ilic and I like to make music from the data. So let me briefly walk you through the contents of our today's session. We will start with quick comparison between traditional and modern data warehousing concepts in order to put our discussion in the proper context. Then I will introduce you with Azure Synapse Analytics and core components of this platform, which will enable us to better understand the next unit. And that will be the focal point of today's presentation. What is a serverless SQL pool? Why should you consider it for your analytic workloads? And finally, in which scenarios would it make sense to go this way? We will then examine different techniques of using T-SQL language to retrieve the data from semi-structured and non-structured data sources such as CSV or Parquet files. And straight after that, I will cover the best practices for using Synapse Serverless SQL Pool and how to get maximum from this engine. Last but not least, as I'm sure that most of you folks are pretty much interested to hear how much this toy costs, we will talk about pricing, what counts for the billing, how to manage your costs, and finally, how to save money in your wallets. There will be a small case study in the end. We don't have time for a real demo, but small case study so you can get a better feeling of different features that can be leveraged using Power BI. So the story starts with a quick look back to some concepts that were and still are omnipresent in the world of data. Okay, so in a typical traditional data warehousing scenario, as you can see in this illustration, you would go and collect your data from multiple different sources, perform some transformations along the way, data cleansing, so on, before putting consolidated data into a relational data warehouse. And this was and still is the focal point of your reporting solutions, a single source of truth for your data. And you could then build various reports from there using a whole range of different tools, such as, if you're old like me, Crystal Reports, SQL Server reporting services, or most recently Power BI, if you're talking, of course, about Microsoft solutions. The other thing, you could also build an additional semantic layer using analysis services, both on-premises and Azure analysis services, to create cubes, and then target those cubes with reporting tools mentioned previously. And don't forget good old Excel too as a reporting tool. And if you think of traditional data warehouse, as its name suggests, like of a warehouse, you're close to true. It is like a large store. And modern data warehouse is like a big distribution center. So in this traditional large store, products are already unpacked, prepared, they're ready for use. So it's like someone extracted them from the boxes, transformed their original package, and loaded the shelves in the store. And they're ready for consuming. So I think you get the analogy with extracting, transforming, and loading ETL processes. On the other hand, in this big distribution center, well, you see how the items are being stored there. But if I need a box of, let's say, I don't know, beer or Coca-Cola, I can also pull it directly from there without needing to go to my local shop to take it from the shelf. So as you can see in this illustration, modern data warehouse accepts data from the whole range of different sources, structured, semi-structured, non-structured, and this can be, for example, graph-like data coming from social networks, data streams from different devices, data from JSON documents, CSV files. So literally anything you can imagine what is capable of storing some kind of data. Now this big distribution center can keep the data in its original form without needing to apply some additional steps in between to prepare this data for further analysis. Basically, a whole range of different data professionals can benefit of having a solution like this. For example, data analysts can use Power BI or similar reporting tools to create reports over this data, while, let's say, data scientists and machine learning engineers can create and train their models right away. The key concept here is that unifying experience that modern data warehouse provides. With that in mind, there are multiple benefits that modern data warehouse provides. From a technology perspective, modern data warehouse brings the following advantages. It is always or almost always available. Then it scales to extremely large amounts of data. It's also flexible because you can quickly get insights from literally any data source. And that, in the end, means that less time is needed for data movement and data preparation, which reduces the overall ownership costs. Do you recognize the object you see on your screen? Yes, exactly. That's the famous Swiss knife. And you can cut the paper, open a bottle of wine or beer, or even cut some smaller items, and all of that using one single tool. Now you're probably asking yourself, hey, Nikola, what on earth does this knife have in common with Synapse? Well, you can think of Synapse as a single tool that can satisfy all your data workload needs. Do you need to import data from multiple different sources? Synapse can do that. Do you need to transform data before serving it? Synapse can do that too. Do you need to store the data? Synapse can do it for you. Do you need to query non-relational data or even files directly? Synapse can do that. And watch out now, do you need to query non-relational data or even files directly using plain old T-SQL? Synapse can do that. What? Yes, I hear you say it again, Nikola, so I will say it again. Yes, you can write T-SQL to query data from CSV, from JSON, or Parquet files. But more on that in a few minutes. Do you need to build machine learning models? Synapse can manage them for you. Finally, do you need to create your Power BI report straight from the Synapse? Yes, that is also possible. So as you may conclude, Synapse is a one-stop service for all your data tasks. Or if someone asks you to define Azure Synapse in 3 words, you can freely tell that it's an end-to-end analytics solution. Okay, so here is the quick, let's call it 10,000 feet high overview of different components that make Synapse Analytics integrated analytics solution. For SQL professionals, there are 2 pools in Synapse. Dedicated SQL pool is the official successor of former Azure SQL Data Warehouse. And then there is a serverless SQL pool, which is the highlight of our today's talk. This illustration is a little bit outdated. Previously, serverless SQL pool was called on-demand pool. Now it's serverless SQL pool, just to clear the possible confusion. Folks familiar with Python, Scala, or Spark SQL can leverage usage of Apache Spark pool for processing large volumes of data. Then when it comes to storage, there are also a bunch of possible options to choose from, starting with traditional relational way of storing data in SQL Data Warehouse, then also Spark tables, Azure Data Lake storage, Data Lake, or all the way to non-relational document style storage mode in Cosmos DB. You can also orchestrate data movement using Azure Data Factory pipelines and mapping data flows. Finally, you can quickly visualize your data, like we said, using, for example, Power BI. And watch out, here is the key takeaway. You have all these tools under one roof, either natively, either as linked services. And you can build, manage, and deploy your end-to-end data solutions from within a web-based user interface called Synapse Studio. Okay, as you could notice on the previous illustration, Synapse Analytics offers 3 different analytic pools for performing different computations over your data. 2 of them are SQL-based, which means that you can use familiar T-SQL syntax for querying the data. Also, 2 of them are provisioned, dedicated SQL pool and Apache Spark pool, which means that you need to set some kind of infrastructure in advance. And more important, that means that you will be charged not only for computing power, but also for the storage you're using. Okay, so I promised in the beginning when I was introducing the agenda that we will try to answer to 3 key W's regarding serverless SQL pool. What, why, and when. So let's start with what, and I will try to keep this as short as possible. Serverless SQL pool is essentially a distributed data processing system, or maybe it's better to say a query service that enables you to query data directly from the data lake using well-known T-SQL syntax. There is no any costs for the resources, storage, and so on. You will be charged only for the amount of data processed by running your queries. We will examine later what counts in the amount of data processed and how you can control it. At this moment, just keep in mind that serverless SQL pool is a typical pay-per-query model. In the end, you can think of serverless SQL as advanced polybase or cloud polybase. Underlying technologies are not the same, but I would say use case scenarios have much in common. So you can think of serverless SQL as a polybase on steroids. Yeah. Now, as we hopefully answered what is serverless SQL pool, let's try to examine why you should consider using it. First and most important, you don't need to set up any kind of infrastructure or clusters to make this thing running. Once you create your Azure Synapse workspace, serverless SQL pool will be created by default. And that means you can start querying your Azure Data Lake storage as soon as you create the workspace. And that significantly reduces time to analysis. As I already stressed, when you provision dedicated SQL pool or Apache Spark pool, you will pay not only for computing power required to satisfy your data workloads, but also for the data storage. Here with serverless SQL pool, you pay 0 for the data storage. Finally, learning new programming language just for sake of querying data from the data lake can be daunting for many professionals, especially those coming from the SQL world. Therefore, one big benefit of serverless SQL pool is the possibility to use well-known T-SQL syntax to retrieve the data directly from the, let's say, CSV or Parquet files, or even from the documents stored in Cosmos DB. In full honesty, serverless SQL pool is not a magic wand that will solve all your data requirements. So it's extremely important to understand in which scenarios you should consider using it. So let's answer our final W. When would you use serverless SQL pool? First, I need to gain quick insight into the data that lays in my data lake. I want to see maximum or minimum value within a column, or quickly identify some outliers within a column. I will perform basic data exploration of the data that is stored in CSV or Parquet file using serverless SQL, and then based on insights I got, I can decide how to leverage these data for further analysis. Next, I want to build a kind of relational abstraction layer on top of disparate data stored between, let's say, CSV files or Cosmos DB and relational database. This way, I can literally build a logical data warehouse without needing to physically move or transform data in classic ETL like we used to know. Finally, I want to perform simple but at the same time scalable data transformation within the data lake itself using the language I know, and that language is T-SQL. As I transform my data, it is quickly available for further digest by either reporting tools like Power BI, or maybe for loading into a relational data store like Azure SQL Database or dedicated SQL pool within Synapse. So let's check which options are available when we are using T-SQL with serverless SQL pool. If you take a look at database objects, here is the list of objects you can create within serverless SQL. So the first and most important one, and one that you will use most frequently, are views. You can also create multiple different schemas, same as stored procedures. When it comes to user-defined functions, you can use inline table value functions, and additionally, you can create external tables, both regular external tables and citas. Finally, you can create statistics on your data for increasing query performance. Things that are currently not supported are tables, except some kind of temporary tables, but with serious limitations, as serverless SQL pool allows querying only external data that is stored in Azure Data Lake storage. The next feature that's not supported, and this is important, very important to keep in mind, is caching of query result sets. That means whenever you execute the query, engine will go and scan exactly the same amount of data. So no matter if you press F5 once or 10 times for one single query, each time this query will generate exactly the same costs. Keep that in mind. And I want to stress this even more. You know, when I'm reading SQL-related blogs, all folks, when they analyze execution plans, they talk about query costs. So you will often hear something like, this query will cost you 50 query bucks. This query will cost you 500 query bucks. Here, forget about the query bucks. So we are talking about real bucks, real money. So please think twice before hitting this F5 button for no obvious reason. Okay, so you probably already realized that serverless doesn't support any kind of data persistency in between data lake storage and query result set. With that in mind, you can't create objects like materialized views, unlike in dedicated SQL pool, where this kind of intermediate storage is possible. Finally, you can't rely on objects like indexes or table partitions. You can partition files using file path function, but that's a whole different story. Okay, so let me now walk you through what you can and can't do with T-SQL statements. Well, whole set of features, or let's say almost whole set of features for select statement is supported in serverless SQL. You can also use explicit transactions on metadata objects and perform data export using CITA statement. Apologize, I already previously mentioned CITAs. I didn't explain what does it stand for. CITA stands for create external table as select. So you can think of it like select something into in traditional relational databases, something like this. If you need to write cross-database queries, that's also supported, and whole set of built-in T-SQL functions, except those three you see on your screens: OpenXML, Open Data Source, and OpenQuery. Finally, data definition language statements are also available, so create, alter, stuff like that. You can write everything in serverless SQL. What you can't do, you can't use insert, update, and delete statements. You can't perform merge within your queries. Within select statement itself, there are few limitations. Namely, you can't use for XML match and predict functions, and also query hints are not supported. Finally, you can't combine data coming from system views with distributed data. Fine, so far we discussed what is possible, in which scenarios you would consider using serverless SQL pool, but we still haven't explained how to get the best from this engine, or what are the best practices for your data workloads once you decide to use serverless SQL pool. So let's start with the actions, with a list of actions you should perform in order to maximize potential of serverless SQL pool. First one, try to place your serverless SQL endpoint and Azure storage account that you are targeting in the same geographical region. That will reduce the latency for the data's network transfer. Then, if possible, convert your CSV files to Parquet format. Parquet format compresses the data, and this consequentially leads to smaller memory footprint of these files when you compare them to CSV. And additionally, Parquet is a columnar format. In many ways, resembles to column store indexes in relational databases. Because of that, serverless SQL engine can skip unnecessary columns when reading data from Parquet files, which is not the case with CSV. And this will in the end directly affect not just time and resources needed for processing the query, but it will also reduce the cost of that query. Next, there is a very cool feature in serverless SQL which is called built-in schema inference, and that enables you to quickly query the data in data lake without knowing underlying schemas and data types. However, as each handy feature, this also comes with a cost, and the cost is that inferred data types are usually much larger than the actual data types. For example, Parquet files don't store metadata about maximum character column length, and inferred data type is always varchar 8000. As I already mentioned, you can't partition the tables, but you can partition your files. That being said, you can instruct serverless SQL to target only specific folders and files using file path and file name functions. This way, you will reduce not only the amount of data for scanning and processing, but also the real money costs. One important remark here, these two functions, file path and file name, are currently not supported for external tables except those automatically created in Apache Spark Pool. Then take advantage of using Citus whenever you can. This is really one of the most important features in serverless SQL. Using Citus, you can store frequently used queries to a new Parquet file and then use this single external table instead of referencing same underlying tables multiple times. So it's not a materialized view as we used to know in a traditional database, but it's still some kind of materialization. And this materialization occurs within Parquet file that is stored in data lake. On top of that, as Citus generates Parquet file, you will get automatically created statistics when you query this table for the first time. So basically you are gaining performance improvement for subsequent queries that target this same external table. Every do, as you might expect, has its counterpart in don't. So here is the list of things you should try to avoid or at least reduce to a minimum. When you are running queries on serverless SQL pool, carefully plan other workloads that target your storage account. Serverless SQL has a built-in capacity to resolve these kind of issues by sending requests to a data lake at slower pace, but that will obviously affect the performance of your query. Then, as I said, avoid schema inference. I know that it sounds appealing, to quickly get up and running without wasting time and effort to handle inferred data types, but you should definitely spend some time resolving inferred data types to appropriate ones, as you will reap the benefits later, I assure you. Then get rid of single large files. Instead, split one large file into multiple smaller files, and then use file name and file path functions to reduce the amount of data that needs to be scanned and processed. With that in mind, try to keep your single CSV file size between 100 megabytes and 10 gigabytes. That's it. Here we are. So do you know where does this picture come from? Remember Jerry Maguire and one of my favorite movies and one of my favorite scenes when Cuba Gooding Jr. asks Tom Cruise to passionately scream on the phone, "Show me the money, show me the money." So remember this picture. It's what Microsoft will ask you to do. I'm kidding a little bit, but in the end, I know that majority of you stayed till this point with me to hear how much using serverless SQL in combo with Power BI will cost. And I don't blame you. That's why I've intentionally left this topic for the later part of the session. So before we proceed to specific costs, cost comparison when it comes to Power BI, let's first examine what are you paying for when you're using serverless SQL pool alone. If you open official Microsoft documentation, it boldly says that you will be charged for the amount of data processed. But let's dig deep and check what counts for the amount of data processed. The first thing is amount of data read. Here you should count data itself, but also related metadata for formats that contain metadata like Parquet, for example. Then amount of moved data. So when you run the query, it's being split into smaller chunks and sent to multiple compute nodes for execution. And while the query runs, data is being transferred between those nodes. And these intermediate results is something you should be aware of. Same as final data transfer to the endpoint in an uncompressed format. In reality, this number will differ if you run something like select star from the file that contains 50 columns from the case when you are selecting only a few columns. Finally, amount of data written to data lake. This applies in those scenarios when you use CTAS to export query results to a Parquet file. That's going to be stored in a data lake. So when you sum up these three items, you are getting the total amount of data processed. Also, you pay for statistics. As in regular SQL databases, statistics help the engine to come up with the optimal execution plan. And statistics in serverless SQL pool can be created both manually or automatically. And in both cases, there is a separate query running to return the column on which statistics is built on. And this query also has some amount of data processed. One important takeaway here is with Parquet files, when you create statistics, only the relevant column is being read from the file. On the other hand, with CSV files, whole file needs to be read and parsed in order to create the statistics, even for a single column. And going back to our original request for showing Microsoft the money, currently pricing starts from $5 for 1 terabyte of processed data. The exact price depends on the region, and you should definitely check how much would you be charged depending on where your data is. Also keep in mind that minimum chargeable amount per query is 10 megabytes. So even though you sometimes have a query that processed less than 10 megabytes of data, you will be charged as this minimum threshold was reached. Okay, as the session is aimed to explain different use cases of integration between Power BI and Azure Synapse, here is the scenario that I've used for testing how these two products work in synergy. I was using open source YellowCab dataset, which has around 1.5 billion, yes, billion rows in total, but I've extracted only small portion of data. I have two CSV files, one for each month of January and February 2019. You see the file size on the screen. And I also have two Parquet files containing exactly the same data, and they take around 2.5 times less memory. January file contains around 7.6 million records, while February contains approximately 7 million rows. So one disclaimer here, I haven't compared performance itself, but only costs. So how much would you pay for each of different scenarios? And here is the table which shows various use cases for both CSV and Parquet files with estimated costs in US dollars and short remark about the use case. In short, for CSV files, there is no difference between using regular versus aggregated tables, as in both scenarios, the whole file needs to be scanned. When you compare import versus direct query mode scenario with CSV files, when you are importing the data into tabular model of Power BI, you will be charged number of times that matches the number of your data refreshes. So if you refresh the data once per day, you will pay only once for the amount of data processed. On the other hand, with direct query mode in place, number of visuals and the number of users interacting with the report will directly affect the costs of your Power BI solution. As you probably know, each time you interact with the visual, query will be sent to an underlying database, and each time you will need to pay for this generated query. Keep that in mind. And simply said, stay away from direct query whenever possible. The only edge case is if you pre-aggregate data within the serverless SQL pool, but that has impact only on extremely large data sets, because the lower amount of streamed data can have an impact on the total amount of processed data. It's a whole different story for Parquet files, as pre-aggregating data in the serverless SQL pool would do the real magic. And don't forget that Parquet keeps the data in a columnar structure, so engine is capable to eliminate scanning of unnecessary columns. Finally, here is the list of considerations you should keep in mind when you're creating Power BI solutions that use Synapse serverless SQL pool as a data source. No matter what you perform within the serverless SQL pool on top of the CSV files, they will be fully scanned and at the lowest level of the data preparation process. Whenever possible, use Parquet files, Parquet format instead of CSV. Also, whenever possible, import the data into Power BI. That is a general recommendation that also applies for this scenario with serverless SQL. That means you will pay only when the data snapshot is being refreshed, not for every single query that report generates. If you're dealing with Parquet files, whenever possible, create pre-aggregated data in the form of views in the serverless SQL pool in the Synapse. Since serverless SQL pool still doesn't support result set cache, keep in mind that each time you run the query, even if you're returning the same result set, the query will be generated and you will need to pay for it. Finally, if your analytic workloads require a high number of queries over a large data set, so large that import mode in Power BI is not an option, maybe you should consider storing data in the dedicated SQL pool, as you will then pay fixed storage costs instead of data processing costs each time you query the data. Here, in order to additionally benefit from using this scenario, you should materialize intermediate results using external tables before importing them into a dedicated SQL pool. And that way your queries will read already prepared data instead of raw data. That was it for me. I think we are around 30 minutes. And yeah, before I wish you nice rest of the day and rest of the Cloud Summit, I would like to thank you for attending. The special thanks to Simon and C# Corner team for organizing the event and giving me a chance to be part of it.
All right, Nikola, that was absolutely amazing. I always say that your sessions are packed, right? Your sessions are almost like you put on a seat belt and then one has to watch your sessions, because there's so much that you cover in just 25 and 30 minutes. So, right, we will move to next session, but a quick question for you, Nikola. We have certain questions in the comments. I'm not sure we will be able to take them. Probably you can come from the chats and answer them. So you shared a lot of tips. I was just looking at your session. There were many tips and best practices and to avoid pitfalls you shared for this Power BI and Synapse. Out of all those things that you have said, what is one tip you would like to give to people who are watching? One tip.
One tip when it comes to Power BI and Synapse in combination, always try to use import mode in Power BI whenever possible. Avoid direct query option.
All right, that was very quick.
That's a huge, that's a game changer. Yeah, in terms of costs and performance, of course. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense, Nikola. Okay, so thank you so much, Nikola. I really enjoy hosting you. I know these sessions are always short. I need to figure out a live show where we don't do any technical talk. It's almost like normal chit chat. We need to figure it out about it. So thank you so much, Nikola, for accepting the invitation. A really, really nice session, and we would love to host you back. And yeah, I have a nice day ahead. It's evening at your place, right?
Thanks for having me, and have a great day. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
All right, with that absolutely amazing session on Power BI and Synapse from Nikola, we now move to things to consider before migrating old .NET applications to cloud. And I'm sure over 500 people are watching us now across all Learn TV and on our website. And I think this is something people would really love to watch even after when we archive this video, because people have old .NET applications. Let's just accept it. So without any further ado, we have Jonah Andersson joining us. She's a Microsoft MVP, software developer, Azure developer, and a tech mentor. So let's have our next speaker, Jonah. Welcome,
Hi.
Jonah, to the Cloud Summit 2021.
Yeah, thanks. I'm so glad to be here and glad to meet you, Simon. It was a very great introduction video. Thank
Well,
you.
I should say happy birthday to you.
Yeah, thank you. It was my birthday yesterday, and it was also the kickoff of the Cloud Summit. So it's a special one. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so thanks, Jonah. Thanks for accepting the invitation. I know we're already in your session, right? So I'm going to quickly share your screen. Everybody can see your screen now, and we'll do chit chat towards the end. And everyone who's watching, feel free to ask questions to Jonah. We'll take it towards the end. And next 25 minutes is all yours.
Yes, thank you so much. And let me just start. So, hi everyone, wherever you are in the world. I would like to thank you for being here, and I hope you will learn something from my session today, and which I will be talking about things to consider about migrating all .NET applications to the cloud. So, as Simon already mentioned, I'm a Microsoft MVP and software engineer, and also Azure developer and the founder of Azure User Group Sweden here in Sweden. So what I will go through today is about my cloud mission, my migration journey, and also the lessons learned that I had in that migration journey, as well as the practical and useful migration to Azure tips. That includes the cloud adoption framework. So before I start sharing to you my journey, I would like to share with you about this cartoon series that I first encountered several years ago while I was studying agile system development. From the beginning, when I saw this picture, I didn't really understood what all this series meant. But when I started working as a software developer for several years now and being involved in different projects, I can totally relate to this image because it describes very well how our IT projects really work, which means that sometimes we developers can interpret the business requirements of our customers or business owners differently. But my point here that even if we in our project teams are unique and have different roles to take, we can work together and collaborate to make our project a success. But a project can be a success and it can also be a failure. So I will be sharing a bit about a project that I was involved with years ago, in which we had to migrate an on-premise monolithic system from the traditional servers into the cloud. And we decided to move to Microsoft Azure and modernize all our web servers, databases, and also our reporting services. So I was like one of the superheroes, as Wonder Woman is my favorite. And we had the mission to move up to the cloud. And we decided to use Microsoft Azure because the system that we had was in the Microsoft platform. And we also like to use Azure because of the great features that it has. It has security, scalability, reliability, and all the great things, great features in Microsoft Azure. So how was the team? So the team that we had in that project was not really big. It was pretty small. If you think about an agile team, usually the developer team are composed of at least 3 developers and a scrum master and business owners, so all those roles. But in that project, we were a small team. So I was working as a software developer, maintaining the system. But at the same time, I also had a separate parallel project to migrate this old system to the cloud. And on my side, I had a colleague that was helpful in helping me with the technical planning and doing a bit of pair programming. But it was only him and I. And we had a project manager that were following up on our progress. So it was a very big project for a sole developer working on it full time. So I would like to go through the three R's of our cloud migration journey. So first, we planned to do rehosting, which means that we wanted to do the lift and shift of the existing on-premise monolithic system to Azure using Azure virtual machines, infrastructure as a service. But unfortunately, that process or that first phase didn't work because our web servers were outdated and we had a lot of things to fix on that on-prem system. So, and also the organization were not willing to invest in the Azure VMs on the cloud. It was too expensive, they thought. So we decided to try another try. So we did a second R, refactoring. So what we did is that we tried to refactor all the logic and tried to fix as much as possible of the technical depths and upgraded the framework from the older version to the 4.8, which was supported back then. And we did that, but we were still getting a lot of issues and there were a lot to fix. So we decided at the end that we will try to start as new. This time as it's the same platform as a service, this time as a cross-platform in .NET Core. And we did try to start everything from scratch, the front end, the back end, re-architect, like even the identity of that. And that actually worked. Like we did, it was easier for us developers to build that. But that migration process didn't work. It's because, unfortunately, after all the hard work that we had, that project didn't make it to production because the client that were using the system were not willing to invest to the cloud and doing like investing the finances for the resources and the time for that. So there was too much a job for me, of course, that was maintaining and doing the cloud migration. And we are a small team, so that didn't work. So I could say that it was a failed project, but it also kind of like challenged me. So I was like a superwoman that wanted to help the organization and the system get modernized. But I also went 404 because, 404, like the bad website, it's down. So it kind of like affected me in a way that I had too much to do. And I was stressed that to the point that I actually quit the job on that organization because of that, like the mission that failed. And also it didn't work with the leadership. So I took a break, actually took a break for a month or so and did some reflection. And I realized that in life and even in our projects, we should not have regrets, but also lessons learned. So I come up with top 5 lessons learned based on my cloud migration journey. So the first one is defining your cloud migration strategy. So before you get started moving up to the cloud, it is important that you identify your cloud migration strategy. That means you need to do your homework. Is it really worth it to move to the cloud? How do we win in doing that? And it is also important to know your IT infrastructure and know your business requirements. For that project, unfortunately, we didn't know. Nobody knows so much about that system that it was so complicated to move it or to migrate it to the cloud. So I learned that it is important that you know your system and you also have a cloud migration strategy. And the next lesson that I learned from that experience is we need to pay our technical debt, which means that we need to check if we have bugs in our system or if we have old technologies that needs to be fixed. For example, cleaning up outdated dependencies that we have, or also cleaning up scrappy or duplicate data in your databases. And also, before you consider working so hard fixing the technical debt, you need to ask or evaluate, is it really worth it to spend so much time fixing the technical debt? Or is it worth it or better to start as new? So that's the second lesson. And the next lesson is cloud readiness is very important. For example, cloud transformation or cloud adoption starts from the organization's leadership from the top to bottom, which means that the motivation for cloud adoption or cloud transformation should not start from the bottom, meaning it shouldn't be the developers that are leading this transformation. It should be from the organization's top to the bottom. So this is really important. Otherwise, the project has a risk of failing, just like what happened in my journey. And also, it is important to share the cloud knowledge and expertise in the entire organization and align your values for that. And of course, before you start coding and migrating databases and things, you also need to prepare your cloud superheroes that will implement your cloud migration strategy. And number 4, it is important to start small increments in the cloud project, because if you start big, there's a big risk that you will not meet all those small goals. So start small because it's useful. And we also need to make sure that collaboration between the development team and the IT ops aligns, and they communicate and they synchronize, because if they don't sync, there's a risk that the project will fail. So we need to combine the synchronization between the dev team and the IT operation team, technical and non-technical. And we need to decide small wise steps. And lesson 5 is also learning and preparing how you would protect your data. For example, a data storage strategy, and if you want to use relational or no SQL database, and also protection and security, which means that, for example, in Europe, we have the GDPR policy. So if you're migrating your applications or systems within Europe, you also need to kind of like research a bit, how does it work having with these policies within Europe and the cloud, moving things to the cloud. So Microsoft Azure has those tools for you. And also, so even if our cloud migration project didn't really succeed, but I think we were in the right path of moving to the cloud, but we were wrong because we were not prepared. So I think that it is better to succeed slowly than failing fast, just like what happened. So I decided to kind of like list out all the things about cloud migration and tools in Azure, because I want the audience to have these tools to help them with the cloud migration, and they don't experience the same problem or the challenges that I had. So it is important to know your cloud motivations for you moving to the cloud. There are 2 types of cloud migration triggers. There's the migration triggers, and there's also the innovation triggers. So usually people want to move, or organizations want to move their applications to the cloud because they want to save costs, they want to reduce complexity in their applications. And also there are also innovation triggers where they want to improve and transform the products and applications. So these 2 motivations are important to apply to get started. And the next is the introduction to the cloud adaptation framework. So in the cloud adaptation framework, it's a tool that is provided by Microsoft to help organizations or users in their cloud migration process. For example, in this framework, there are actually 7 phases. There is the defining strategy, the planning, the ready phase, the adapt, in which you have both your migration triggers and also your innovation triggers. And you also have the govern and manage. So govern and manage is something that you do as you start planning. So you keep governing those processes or phases, as well as you also manage by using monitoring tools and building resiliency in your cloud adoption. So for strategy, you need to define your business justification and outcomes of your adoption. And that includes prioritizing which is your first project that you want to start using or moving to the cloud. And when you decide what is your first project, you also need to define what are the business requirements and the technical requirements for that first project for cloud adaptation. And once you have the plan, you can set up and be ready for that. And in Azure, there is a tool called Azure Landing Zones that would be useful in the ready phase. And also when you adapt, depending on what you choose, migrate or innovate, there are also best practices for that. And when you're preparing or planning for your strategy, Azure has some cost management tools that are useful. That includes the pricing calculator, the TCO calculator, the cost management when you're already in Azure, and also Azure budget alerts if you want to keep track of your cloud cost while you're trying to investigate how it works while you're already in the cloud. And next is Azure Migrate. So Azure Migrate is actually a great tool for those that wants to move their on-premise servers or applications to Azure, because it has a centralized hub for everything. So for example, if you need a guide or assessment in moving your servers, web servers or database servers to Azure, you have this tool that can help you in making it easier as well. And there's also the Azure Landing Zone, which is a powerful tool in creating or getting started in moving up to the cloud. It provides a clear architecture on which tools or which services and even code samples that you have and how your cloud environment should look initially. And then next is cloud assessments. I mean, the Microsoft assessments. So before we start doing things and doing actions for cloud migration, it is recommended, I recommend using Microsoft assessments. There are different assessments for example, for cloud migration, there's the SMART tool called Strategic Migration Assessment and Readiness Tool that can be used. And there's also the Azure Well-Architected Review for the architecture. And also, this one is very good, the Cloud Journey Tracker. It is a tracker that you can use when you want to track your cloud journey. And when you use this, as you can see, I tested 2 assessments there just a few days ago. When you use it, you will see that when you fill up the questions in that tracker, you will see how it goes for you or your organization in all those 7 phases of the cloud adoption framework. So this is a pretty good, all these assessments are actually great to make use of, and they're also free. And also I want to recommend about the cloud migration checklist. If you're not sure how to get started, then this checklist is also useful to have, so you know which steps you are missing in your cloud migration. And next one, Azure actually has Azure Migration and Modernization Program, and you can access and read more about it on the link that I have here below. And I also want to share this favorite top 10 list. This is the top 10 design principles for Azure applications. I am a developer, not an architect, but I really believe on the importance of building and designing great applications, especially to the cloud. And of all the lists here, I really like the first one, which is designed for self-healing, as well as designing for evolution. So if you want to learn more about building or designing applications better, I recommend this list to you and check out details. And lastly, if you want to learn more about cloud adoption framework, it's actually in the MS Docs. So there's a learning path, a checklist for that. And also it has all the strategy and steps that you need. For example, the plan, the migrate, and innovate. So it's there. And lastly, don't rush rocket flying to the cloud. So it is important that you don't rush it up, because by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. Thank you.
All right, Jonah, you're muted. That was absolutely amazing. I believe you covered all the important factors one would have to go through before moving their old .NET applications. There was a question in the comments that did ask about the assessment tools, and you did mention that 3 or 4, right? I did see it. There's one question coming from, and I see people really agree with your thoughts that, hey, start small. Small is the key. People definitely agreeing with that. There's one question that's coming from Vijay. It's, what would you suggest, Jonah, if the landing zone is not ready and stakeholders need the dev team to get the code ready for deploying when the landing zone is ready? I'm not sure if I'm able to get it. But
yeah, I'm not sure that
I think
if
there's
I
a little
understood
incomplete
the
towards the end. Yeah.
yes, but I think I'm not sure how to exactly answer that, but I think I would start, if you're not sure, if you're not prepared with your landing zone, is to use the migration checklist that I shared earlier in my presentation, and also the cloud adoption framework, because it will really guide you and how to, on the steps that you need to do. And it takes time. As I said, you don't rush up to the cloud, because I know how it feels.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. I mean, the title of the session is itself really nice. Migrating your old .NET applications. People can connect with this. When I saw this, right, this session definitely makes sense. Which Sylvia says, very helpful insight, and thank you for sharing your fail forward moment. I felt that when you said it, so that was absolutely on the spot. So Jonah, any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
Yes, I just want to thank you, my audience, and the audience watching us on Learn TV and Cloud Summit and C# Corner. That thank you for listening to me, and I hope that you learn something. Feel free to connect if you want to learn more about me and my journey. Thank you so much, Simon, for having me.
It's okay. By the way, quick question, Jonah. You did send us a video, right? Did you check?
Yeah.
We did use that video. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. I saw that. No, it was great. Thank you so much.
I just want to thank you. I just wanted you to see that we have used it. We have not posted it anywhere. Just wanted you to know that. So Jonah, thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you so much.
We'll see you some other time. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Bye-bye.
All right, with that absolutely amazing session by Jonah, we now move to our next session that's on programming for accessibility. Quite one of its own kind, the session, and I think even towards the end of the day, we have a session on mental health and wellness in IT. So I believe these two topics are super important. And joining us for this is Rory. Rory is a senior cloud advocate at Microsoft. I'm hosting him for the very first time, as I have been following him on Twitter, LinkedIn for a very, very long time. So I'm really excited. So let's go and invite our next speaker, Rory. Welcome, Rory. Welcome to the Cloud Summit 2021.
Thank you, Simon. What a huge, big summit, and I love the energy and the excitement. You got some incredible speakers there. I hope I can actually live up to it, though. So yeah, I'm coming from Johannesburg, South Africa. It's summer here now. We've got lovely weather here. I wish I could show you outside there. Yeah, I'm a cloud advocate for Microsoft. I focus on Java and accessibility. I know they're not really related though, but I'm going to show you some Java accessibility talks now. And I've got 25 minutes to 30 minutes to convince you to really go with accessibility and make the change for your application. So hopefully I can do that in 30 minutes.
I'm really, really excited for your session, Rory. And when someone says, I work at Microsoft, and I'm going to talk about Java, so you can see how much Microsoft has changed. So I'm really excited and looking forward for your session. I've added your screen to the stream. Everybody can see it. And next 25 minutes is all yours. And we're going to do chit chat towards the end of the session.
Great, thanks. Okay, 25 minutes. So hi everyone. Follow me on @Rory Preddy. I do accessibility and Java and Azure updates and a lot of jokes also though. So you really want to follow. And this is a story about how I bolted on my requirements for accessibility and my journey on how I got to the point that I realized that bolt-on is not right. So this is my midlife crisis, my BMW 335i. I just had a service now also, and you can see there I made it my own. I bolted on the car pedals there, and you can see this is the story of my life. I'm lecturing at a university, and I'm standing on a chair. I have achondroplasia, so I have dwarfism, so I'm 4 foot tall, pretty short. Yeah, I make a plan. Here's me trying to get some coffee here, the problem is that all this life, and a lot of people who have accessibility requirements, and we're going to go through the definition of accessibility and disability and around that. But every time I bolted on, and myself and others, we created something called the Hydra. And you know it because as software developers or IT pros, you create a bug Hydra, and when you fix a problem, another head actually comes off though. So I want to show you how to kill the Hydra. But first, I need to tell you that the Hydra likes empathy bubbles. So if you try to fix something, or fix software or fix accessibility, and you don't actually understand the scenario or the person that is experiencing that, then you live in an empathy bubble. And if you try to fix accessibility issues in an empathy bubble, then you actually get to the point of failure. Now, the person over there didn't understand that as a wheelchair, those 3 stairs aren't actually usable. So you don't want to get that. So I've got a plan today. We're going to define accessibility, what it is and what it isn't. We're going to understand organizations' unique accessibility motivators and how to plug into them, legislation, and also altruistic motivators. We're going to set interim milestones, and we're going to implement tools. And finally, we're going to show you how to measure, improve, and automate with DevOps. So what is accessibility? Now, I've got a little Logitech presenter here. I've got a Mac mouse and a Magic Keyboard. And now I have accessibility requirements. I can't reach my keyboard. So as a result, I need a keyboard here. And the keys need to be, and the keyboard needs to be Bluetooth so I can move it around and everything like that. So I have an accessibility requirement for my Mac laptop. That doesn't make me disabled. That just means that I have a product that allows me to fully experience my laptop. So accessibility is the design of products, services, and environments so that everyone, including people with disabilities, can fully experience them. So you're not designing for disabilities. You're designing for everyone. A process. You're broadening the spectrum of the people that can actually use that. So once you do that, you incorporate inclusive product and service design to include everyone. You look at compliance to make sure that you comply to legislation. You increase your productivity, and then you increase your innovation. I'm going to show you how that is true a little bit later with the demos, though. And we believe, and we've got proof at Microsoft, that once you incorporate accessibility in your design process, you lead to higher revenue. You literally make more money, because you look at the process in a whole different light to what you did before. You also look at disability differently. Now, as part of my midlife crisis, I bought one of those BMI scales, the scales that measure body weight, body mass index. And at the time, I weighed 65 kilos. I've lost 15 kilos since then. So now I jumped on the scale and I typed in my height, 120 centimeters, 4'1", and then I typed in my weight, 65 kilos, and I had a little crawling baby and a little tall adult. So I put the baby there because I'm not that tall, and I jumped it on there, and it did a little AI calculation and called me terrible names. It actually said, no, you're really overweight. I'm not even going to mention that name then, and I felt disabled. because I felt that I had a mismatched human interaction with that tool. Same as with this Mac laptop, I can't get too close to it there. And disability only exists when you have a mismatched human interaction. If you don't design for people, then you make them feel disabled. So that's disability and accessibility. Let's look at the next section, which is, now that we understand the definitions, what is accessibility and what are the design principles? So there's only 4 design principles that I want to show you about. Perceivable. Can you see it? So I wear glasses, so I might have a website, and I need to be able to use that website and visually be able to use that. Operable, can you use it? My keyboard here. I want to use your website or use your app, and I want to be able to tab through it and not have to necessarily use a mouse. Understandable, can you understand it? Now I also have I'm 42 and I have a little bit of anxiety issues. I'm married with children and there's lots of bills and everything like that. So there's always anxiety issues when you're married with children. So sometimes I find that things are a little bit too overwhelming. I don't want to be able to go into a website and it starts overwhelming me. So understandable also includes the autism spectrum, the neurodiverse spectrum, and then robust. It won't break future technology. So if you have a landscape phone and you turn it to portrait or vice versa, it shouldn't break. Now, these are all WCAG, so the Web Center for Accessibility Guidelines design principles, and you can expand them into a lot more information. But that's all I really wanted to show you today. So for the motivators, now that we've defined accessibility, let's look at legislation. So the 21st Century Digital Experience Act and the EU Parliament Directive of Digital Accessibility said by this year, 2021, they are enforcing that civil-facing websites, the government websites, have to be WCAG 2.1 compliant. Or, like Canada's doing, you get a $100,000 fine per day. Remember GDPR, all these cookies and everything that ruined the web? This is coming now. This is this year that the legislation says that you have to be accessible on your websites, or they will shut you down. But I don't like to think that it's only just negative, stick and carrot. You also want to look at the altruistic, the right side of the argument. And it's summed up by the quality of life statement by Bill Gates. For most of human history, we put our innovative capacity in improving the quantity. More. Because we're living longer, our focus is starting to improve towards improving the quality of life. We care because we can. We can improve people's lives. So we should want to improve people's lives because we can, not because there's legislation coming through. And once you do that, you have that level of compassion. You go from pity to sympathy, empathy, and compassion. And it gives you the ability to really feel other people's difficulties. You do that also by becoming that other person. Remember the empathy bubble? You pop that empathy bubble by becoming the persona of that person. So introducing Ashley. So Ashley is a 21-year-old art graduate, administrative assistant. She's severely sight impaired and uses a screen reader. You take Ashley and you do the lab on the laptop for your product or your service using Ashley's persona. Now, you can get all of these personas there. They're actually part of the UK government's personas, and they're freely available on alphagov.github.io/accessibility-personas. And it allows you to become Ashley. And once you can become Ashley, that's the first step. Now you understand, wait a second, Ashley can't use my system. She can't see what I'm doing there, and I need to change. But you look at the process and you say, I can't code just for Ashley. I need a code for using inclusive design. So in the 3 main steps of inclusive design are: 1, recognize exclusion. So you might exclude Ashley. So, well, who else are you excluding? Maybe all visually impaired people. Solve for one, extend to many. Once you solve Ashley's visual impairment, you might actually extend it to people who don't only have severe sight impairment, but colorblind people. So solve one problem with vision and fix another. And learn from diversity. Look at your processes and adjust them accordingly to be more accessible. So let's take another scenario here. We spoke about Ashley, but let's take an amputee. So this is another persona that the AlphaGov shows. And this is also part of the Microsoft Inclusive Design Toolkit. So right at the end, I'm going to show you how to get all of these personas also with the Inclusive Design Toolkit. So this is an amputee, someone who lost an arm, maybe in an injury or born without an arm. It doesn't matter. And then they're in the same spectrum as someone with an arm injury, a motorcycle accident, or they fell, and also a new parent. But I know what you're saying. A new parent isn't, disabled. They don't have accessibility requirements. But I promise you, if you've got a baby in your arm, you can't answer the cell phone. You can't do a lot of things though. And me as a parent, I'm mentally, financially, sleep deprived. I have accessibility requirements. So you take all of that and you go to your manager or your stakeholders, your customers, and you say, I want a code for the person with one arm usage. But you can't, because the US Center for Statistics says that in America, there's only 26,000 of that. But when you look at the temporary disabilities, there's 13 million. And then situational disabilities, there's 8 million. So total 21 for that spectrum is 21 million. Now, when you take the common spectrums, people with accessibility requirements in the world are more than 1 billion people. When you take friends, families, and loved ones who are also heavily invested and take care of those people, then there's more than 3 billion people. That means that the spectrums, the common spectrums, are nearly half the world's population. So it makes sense, financial sense, to actually code and look at these spectrums. Then you take a scenario. So this is a journey management of buying a plane ticket or any type of ticket. You've got a registration, navigation, and checkout. And you go through the process there. You register, you log in, you search the flights, you add the ticket to the cart, you check out, and then you do a survey right at the end for experience. Now you superimpose your spectrums on that, and everything changes. You have responsive design when you land there. You have single sign-on for the registration, callback hub for navigation, SMS and email tracking, and then right at the end you have AI adjustment. They say, did we meet your expectations? Did you have any accessibility requirements? Else, you change the flow to accommodate that. And let's look at milestones next. So milestones, you can sum them up also using the classic SDLC, so the system development lifecycle. So this is a UX design for an application. And you can see there, we've got shippable product right at the end there. And then the beginning, you've got deployed system. We go into the wireframe, product backlog, sprint backlog. And then we do sprint, scrum, and rinse and repeat there. But accessibility is right at the end. But we know the Hydra, that is how you create the Hydra. So what can we do? So you shift left. Now, the shift left is a big movement to make small investments throughout the process in the backlog, design, coding, and testing, rather than a larger investment right at the end. And it changes your process there a little bit. So accessibility becomes part of the design. You become innovative with accessibility because it's part of the process. So you don't have a shippable product and you don't give birth to the Hydra. You do this really with tools. So Microsoft is one of the biggest open source providers. All of our accessibility toolings are open source. I use them every day to create content. I'm a Java developer by day and accessibility advocate by night. And I create content. And every time I publish my content, I use these accessibility tools to actually check that my tooling and my content is accessible. So the main tool that I want to recommend to you today is accessibilityinsights.io. You can go in there and you can get for the web, Windows, CI/CD, Android, and GitHub Actions. And this is the main tool that we use to actually check that your tooling is accessible. And I'm going to do a demo a little bit towards the end and show you how this works. It gives you a nice little view of your GitHub Actions. You can see there accessibility checks, and it gives you the ability to say what is going on with your GitHub Actions. You can also do it in Azure DevOps there, and it gives you a nice little view here of all of your pass or failed services. If I have enough time, I can actually do a demo with it with DevOps. But if you can't change it, if you can't kill the Hydra, then you can bolt on systems there. But we want to recommend using Immersive Reader. So Immersive Reader is built into OneNote, Teams, Microsoft Word, Edge, and nearly everything you can think of. And it has a cognitive services that you can put it on any website. And it allows you to create an immersive experience from any text and do translation services with just a click of the button. And it gives you the ability to actually create let's see what it can do. Language, so you can change languages. You can translate into 60 different languages. You can do pronunciations. It gives you syllables, and you can also do line focus, and then you can also do pictures. I'm going to show you a demo a little bit later how easy it is to use that, though. But you can also do it with computer vision. So we have so many AI services, and one of the services that we do that we've baked into Microsoft Office is computer vision. And it gives you the ability to look at images and see them and give a narration, a caption for that. So over here, it's Satya Nadella, Bill Gates, Steve Ballmer posing for a photo. So it analyzed them, found out who those people were, looked at their faces, found the emotions of those people, and realized that they were posing for a photo. They weren't doing anything else. And that's enough to actually make most of the WCAG features done in your website, your application, or your GitHub web. So, okay, let's go to demo, and then I'll show you how easy it is to get started. So the first thing that I want to show you is a website from the City Lights. It's a tourism website, and you've got the inaccessible and accessible. The inaccessible is exactly the same as accessible because they've done horrible things here with the HTML code. When you go to the accessible version, it looks exactly the same. So how do we know what is accessible and what isn't accessible? Now you go into your Edge plugin at the top there, so you can go Accessibility Insights for Web. And I'm just going to go FastPass. So FastPass there, it just checks that you were CAG 2.1 compliant very quickly, and it tells you exactly what's going on there. So I'm going to click on FastPass. It's going to scan through there. It says 44 failed instance. Your color contrast is wrong. The HTML haslang is wrong. The image alt is wrong. And you can click on that, and it will tell you the CAG setting there, what to fix and how to fix it. And it will also give you a visual helper. So when I go here and I look at the visual helper, you can actually see what it's done there, and you can click through that, and you can see the visual helpers there. You can even file it straight to GitHub right there and then. Now, the X engine that we have here that is running here, you can actually do that in .NET, in Java, in any of the language. I've got it running here. Let me just open up here, file, open recent, and we want to go here. So the exact same engine that you have with FastPass, with all of those features, with Accessibility Insights, you can actually run it with DevOps, which means I can put it in my CI/CD pipeline. So here's a little test accessibility that I'm going to run here. And in it here, I've got a little page, a normal page, and I want to show you what that normal page looks like here. And I've got normal here. So if I open this up, let's go show reveal in Finder. And if I just open that up in a normal here, so this is what it looks like. Now I can test that in Accessibility Insights, but let's see on FastPass, and it'll say, well, okay, so it didn't even find some errors there, so it's not as accurate. But this is no violations. I actually tested something that has got no violations, so it's a negative test, so it works fine. But the one with violations, let's just check that out there. And shadow error here. So let's go here and let's go reveal in Finder. And I'm going to open that error there. And now it's a shadow DOM. So this it also has a test page with no violations. Where is my ones with violations? Let me see if I can find one. Integration test. Let's see if we can find one with Xcore. There we go. Integration test. Here. I've got some with integration test. So this is one with, so it's focusable, low color contrast. So now if I test, hold on 1 second. There we go. I just want to show you. This is the actual page with the errors here. So now I've got some errors here. Invalid role attribute, ARIA page is incorrect, shadow DOM. Now if I test this here and I go FastPass here, it'll say, yeah, lots of issues there. But I want to run this in a DevOps process now. So I can go into my Visual Studio Code, and I can run this now in, let's just close all of those, close. I've got my unit tests here. So now I can run them here, and I can say, wow, the test cases here, let's go find the test case there, run scan page on Chrome, and I can run all of those test cases there, and it will come back. And it's using the same engine, the exact same engine. It's running Chrome there, and it's saying, listen, is it going to pass or fail? And obviously, it's a negative test, so it is going to pass, but it actually fails. And now I can go in and I can run this in DevOps and in GitHub Actions, and it's there for you to actually slay the Hydra right at the end if you don't need it. But what about Immersive Reader? You promised me that if I can't run these tests and I can't actually check it, how do I actually use Immersive Reader? So I've got Immersive Reader actually running right now, and I've got it. Let's go and open the project file, open recent, and we want to go to Immersive Reader. And I've got a little page here, an HTML page here, and it says Immersive Reader is available in many languages and is a tool that implements. And I've got a little HTML page here. So let's actually, I think this is running right now on port 888. Let's see if it's still running. Else I'll just start it up quickly here. It's not running. Let me just start it up here. So I'm going to go Maven Tomcat 7 : run. Now it's going to run it, and I'm using the Azure Cognitive Service, which costs like a million, like a 1 cent per million transaction, and it's hosted on my Azure account. So it started on port 8888, and I can go into port 888 there. Now it's got the immersive reader here. So you can see that there. So now I can click on immersive reader, and it's going to go in and scan my HTML page. So I can click on immersive reader, and it's using the Azure Cognitive Services, and it's going to say, okay, cool. I don't know if you can hear this. I'm going to put this on my MacBook speakers. Maybe you can hear it there.
Techniques to improve reading comprehension for emerging readers.
Okay, that's great. So now I can make the font bigger. I want the font a little bit, yes, we can hear. So I want the font a little bit smaller, text size there. And I also want the line size there. I want the syllables. Oh, that's why, because I actually had Chrome. There we go. I want the font size a little bit bigger there. And I want the syllables on nouns, verbs, and it's great for English speakers there. And I can click on each sound there and click on each. Yeah, and then I can also go line focus to make it reading like a Kindle format. But I want to change the language, so I want to change it to Hindi. Let's just go change it there and Hindi there. I'm going to change the whole document there, and I just translated the entire document, and now I can read it back to you. Any language, immersive reader, right at the end. And we're getting customers doing this with massive websites that allow you to do translation services, AI services, and translate and make an immersive experience for anything, for any of these things. It's no bolt-on, and you slay the hardware right there and then. So that's immersive reader for computer vision. So computer vision you can access in Microsoft PowerPoint right now. So if you go into PowerPoint right now, the beginning of this, I showed you a picture with a person with a keyboard there. You can right-click in there, go edit alt text. I'm just going to delete that text there. And it uses the Azure Cognitive Services there. And you can go generate description for me. And it uses computer vision. Check how cool that is. And it'll generate a description there, and then it makes it actually accessible. A person typing on a keyboard. And I can actually go in there and then go into my review and type in check accessibility at the top there, and it'll check all the accessibility, and then I can make my PowerPoint. And it does it with Word. You can do all of this also with Azure Cognitive Services. So I think I'm almost out of time. I just want to leave you with a call to action here, where we were for a second ago. Let's go back here, and right at the end there, I've done the demo. It's a lot to take in there, but it's really, there's only one thing I want you to do after this though, and that is I want you to do some training that I help and create. So first of all, I've shown you how to be empathetic. You create those persona spectrums, and then you slay the hardware. You shift left. You move everything to DevOps. You do the X Maven plugins, and you use accessibility insights with GitHub Actions and also with Azure DevOps, and you slay that hardware also on DevOps. Then you automate with AI, use immersive reader, cognitive services. All of that is available on aka.ms/accessibility fundamentals. Get the badge. You can actually get an accreditation for that, and then follow me on Twitter on @Rory Preddy. I'm going to leave that slide open, and now we can answer for some questions.
Wow, Rory, that was an absolutely amazing session. If I just try to recap what you said, I was just trying to do it. I was just creating a note, but I just couldn't do it. You started from empathy, then the explanation that you gave of accessibility was something that I've never seen. I mean, the keyboard example that you gave, right? The Bluetooth keyboard that really helps you move from one to move around your location. And that was absolutely great. You did talk about the quality of life. And so that was absolutely great session, Rory. So we do have one question that's coming from the comments. It's asked by Manika. Is that, are there any matrices that help in evaluating the level of accessibility in apps and web apps?
Yes, there is actually. So what I didn't show you, because I don't have enough time, is that in part of the accessibility insights, there's a full evaluation that gives you a score out of 1,000 that takes you through to the entire WCAG 2.1 compliancy there. It does take you longer than what I did with FastPass. You saw how fast it was with FastPass. I just did it there, and that's really a nicety to have when you're running out of time. But the full accessibility insights thing will take you about an hour to do that, and gives you a score and says whether you're compliant or not, because you don't want that $100,000 fine.
Yeah, makes sense. That's perfect. Let's see what we have from the attendees. Manikandan is asking, by the way, the Hindi accent, when you changed it, Rory, that works absolutely perfect. I told you this is a very unique kind of session. Manikandan is saying, cool beans, Rory, the voice translation without capabilities of the immersive readers is awesome. Yeah, I just said it. This was absolutely great. I think Indians Hindi was the right thing to do. Indians can connect over here. Ganesh says the best topic in terms of accessibility to all. That's absolutely amazing. So Rory, here's a quick question. I know you're going to put that slides. We have it, right? Everybody can actually go ahead and follow Rory and his slides. So take a quick screenshot. Rory, let's make a funny face and let people take a screenshot. All right. All right, so Rory, since you covered so much, and I believe there's still not many people are talking about the accessibility, right? In the even in the developers ecosystem, I see people have been doing it. Some of your teammates, like Hank, they do events, which comes with some signs. I'm not sure what is the right way to say it, but people have been doing, have started doing it. So, what is the first step, right? Maybe if I am in the community, right, what is the first step I should take, or maybe the first initiative I should take to keep
I want you to
things
get
right
the
at
badge,
first?
Simon. You're going to tweet the badge. So get the badge. It takes you literally like 40 minutes to get the badge on accessibility fundamentals. That's a learn badge. So you can actually show that on your LinkedIn profile that you're accessible. Get the badge. Show me that you got the badge. Tweet it out there and say,
Wow.
I've got accessibility there and I've got the badge.
Wow, that's perfect. Thank you, Rory. I'm definitely going to do it. That was an absolutely amazing session hosting you for the very first time. I was really excited to see your session on day 2 of Cloud 7. Any final thing, Rory, you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
Yeah. So follow me on Twitter at Rory Preddy. And then also, I'm a Java developer. So you can follow, you can go to aka.ms/Java-learn-path. And I've got 15 modules there that I've co-authored that really will teach you Java on Azure. And I'm a cloud developer also. So aka.ms/Java-learn-path. Tweet me. You'll see my YouTube profile. I do a lot of videos. Great. Thank you so much. Great audience. Great summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rory. Have a nice day, and we'll see you some other time, some other live shows and virtual conferences. Take care. Have a nice day, Tara. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, with that absolutely amazing session of Rory, we still have, I'm not sure, we still have the speaker of the day today. But for everyone who is watching, we have many contests going on. And there are 3 contests actually. The first contest is actually the live contest, where you ask question to the speaker using the hashtag Cloud Summit, and then you win giveaways during the end of the day, towards the end of the day. That's what we do it. We do some, I don't know, some wheel or something. We do it. And let's see. And the other contest that we have is the Twitter contest. Now, in the Twitter contest, you actually take a screenshot, take a selfie, or be very creative or in any way, and then you post it on Twitter. You tag us, use again the hashtag that is Cloud Summit, and tag us. So you can also go, and all the winners will be announced towards the end of the day. And the other one that we have is actually the LinkedIn contents. Just the same way we have on Twitter, you can also post on LinkedIn, use the hashtag Cloud Summit, and then you can take a selfie, grab a screenshot, and we'll make sure that we pick the winners towards the end of the day. All right. Okay. All right. The speaker says that I'm having some technical problems, Simon. I'll be there. So Hasan is our actually next speaker. He'll be there soon. And let's see. Let's do one thing. Let's play a quick video. And yeah, then we will be back. Let me see. My bad. I don't have any video here. Maybe I messed it up, but never mind. So let me quickly go ahead and take you to the website, or maybe not. Hold on. I'm doing everything over here. Everything. Videos. All right. So we're gonna be back in about 5 minutes, and see you there. All right, so I think we have a speaker. Hi, Hasan. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Maybe your voice is, I can barely hear you.
Okay, let me play with it a little bit.
All right, let's test now.
Where's it now? Is it better?
Kinda. Let me try to increase it. Try now.
Is it better?
Not really. Maybe Hasan, you'll have to speak a little loud. If the mic is not working out, I'll have to request you to speak a little loud. I think that's how it will work, right? So feel free to go ahead and share your screen, Hasan.
Yep.
Right, and then we can go ahead and get started.
I know my video was not working. I was trying to fix that, and I think I brought more problems to you. So sorry about that.
It's okay. It happens, right? You and I run into these things, and when it's live, right? There's no way you can avoid it.
I always try to make it perfect, but hey. Okay, let me see. I'm just setting this up very quickly here. And, all right. So let me share my screen.
So everyone who's watching, Hasan is going to talk about Azure Cosmos DB, how it works under the hood. Hasan has been speaking on the different Cosmos DB conferences. I've seen it. So this session, it's all you now, Hasan. I'm going to add your presentation to the screen. Maybe you want to click on that StreamYard height pop-up over there.
All right.
On the screen, yeah, click on that height. Yeah. And next 25 minutes is all yours.
All right. Thank you very much.
You can get started, Hasan. It's all you now.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming to my session today. And I'm going to speak about the Cosmos DB with you today. Before I get started, let me speak about myself. My name is Hasan Savran, and I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP. This is my third year. And I'm from Cleveland, United States. Currently, I'm a business intelligence manager at one of the large insurance companies here. I have a great knowledge and experience with the web development and data. And if you will have any questions that I might not be able to answer today, please reach me from the LinkedIn or Twitter. I will be more than happy to help you in answering all of your questions you might have. So let me actually jump in to our presentation, and let me actually give you the video of Azure. The picture, but the video. As you can see, you are actually seeing the blue ones here are the data centers that most of us really care. But there's much more than that out there going on with the Azure. Good news is we are actually going to have 17 new data centers coming up to Azure. There is going to be 3 for America, 1 is going to be for United States, 2 for Latin America. There is going to be 7 actually coming up for Europe. There will be 2 for Middle East and 5 for Asia. The reason I'm calling this because, just like any other features of Azure, when Azure grows, all of the features grows, and Cosmos DB grows. Cosmos DB actually born in this structure, and programmers really concerned about the Azure, and when Azure grows, Cosmos DB grows with that. And it always, it doesn't matter which feature you are really trying to use in Azure. Always they say that, try to put the feature close to your user. With adding 17 new data centers, we are going to be actually closer to our users, especially, important for Cosmos DB. Before I change this, I just want to actually add one more thing here. Well, your user is actually coming from web application or some kind of application to your Azure, to Cosmos DB. So don't forget to put those servers in the same region, so the latency between those servers will be the minimum. All right, so let's actually start to talk about the partitions. Partitions are really important, and if you are using the Cosmos DB, you should know how partitions work. There are 2 types of partitions in Cosmos DB. The first one is the physical partitions.
Physical partitions are maintained by Microsoft totally, and you cannot change any settings on them. But that doesn't mean that you should just ignore them. You should actually know two numbers about the physical partitions by your heart. The first one is 50 gig. So a physical partition is really, whenever you create a database, I'm just kind of representing here as a container ship. Whenever you create a database, Cosmos DB gives you this empty container ship. That is your physical partition. And its capacity is 50 gig. So if your data is going to go 60 or 55 gig, Cosmos DB is just going to give you another container ship. So you should know that whenever you hit the 50 gig, you are going to end up with a new physical partition. The next one you should know is 10,000 request units. And that's how, I guess, the horsepower of your container ship. So for whatever reason, you might have 20 gig data, but your application might be really busy and you might need more than 10,000 request units. So if you're going to, for example, put 15,000 request units, you're going to end up with two physical partitions, even you have less data than 50 gig. So those are two really important numbers you should know. You cannot change anything in physical partitions, as I say. And the other thing you should know about the physical partitions, whenever you create the data is getting saved in the local SSD drives of your service. So if we will actually go and look at a little bit more deeper than this, what does physical partition look like? A physical partition is a replica set. If you put the technical term to the side, you have 4 computers, and you have 1 leader, 3 followers. Leader is actually taking care of all the updates, deletes, insert. If something needs to change, it goes into the leader. Then leader actually moves that to the followers. So this model actually is good without any kind of global distribution. So if you are in one region and you don't have any other regions, this is your model. This kind of tells you why Cosmos DB is very, fast database. Because if you, for example, you have a web application, potentially you have 4 places to actually go get that data. Not just 1, but you have 4. And that's only 1 physical partition. If you are going to have a global distribution, then this model changes a little bit. What's going to actually happen here is one of the followers is going to actually become a forwarder. So whenever an update comes up from the web application or any kind of application to the, for example, region 1, it's going to go in leader. Leader is going to push that to the followers and the forwarder. As soon as forwarder is going to get that, it's going to actually move to the other region's leaders. That's how actually the data is going to get synced up in the backend in Cosmos DB. So as I said before, physical partitions are important and you should watch them. To watch them, actually, we have a monitoring tool here that you can go in Azure portal in Cosmos DB. As you can see here, let me find my pointer. We are in here, Azure. Under the monitoring, you go to the metrics. And from here, you are going to pick the storage. Then you need to select your database and containers. As soon as you pick those container, whichever you want to see, all those graphs will be populated. And what is important here is this graph here. This one tells you that you have 3 physical partitions. And when you pick one in here, actually, the user picked this one. That's why the color is kind of darker here. And this one actually tells you which partition keys are actually large in this partition. So you should watch this closely. Maybe not daily, but you should come to this page and check monthly or weekly at least and see how your partitions are doing. They should be close to each other. I'm not saying they should be perfectly matched. That's never going to happen, but they should be kind of close to each other. And if you have one big one here and the other ones are smaller, that means you are having some hot partitioning problems, and you should try to fix that problem before it comes and actually, becomes a bigger problem. So this page is important, and be sure that you are using this page and kind of monitoring your physical partitions is important. Next is logical partitions. Now, logical partitions, we are totally, in control of them. So partition ID or the partition key really distributes all your requests, because if you put the partition key in your where clause, Cosmos DB is going to know exactly where to go and get that data. Also, it distributes to storage. As I showed you before, it's going to actually start to save the data in the same area with the same partition key. So you want to be sure that, partition key is almost kind of like equal to each other as size-wise. And also, it's intelligently route the queries for efficiency, which means that, again, if you have the partition key in your where clause, Cosmos DB will easily find that. It will be faster. Also, it will be cheaper for you. So if we actually talk about more, I guess, the logical partitions almost like you are really organizing the data. So like anything in the life, if something is organized, you will actually find what you are looking for easier and faster. That applies to data too. So if we actually, I guess, let's talk about, for example, relational database SQL Server. How is this partitioning working versus Cosmos DB? Usually in SQL Server, you are the dev, you create your tables, and you give them to DBA, and DBA push them to your production. So everything works fine because there's no data in them. This is the first time you are, the data is coming in. So probably you are going to be fine maybe next 6-8 months. After 6-8 months, the queries are going to start to slow down. And you are going to say, wow, what's really happening? Everything was great. Now what? You send your project manager to DBA. DBA looks at it and says, well, it looks like you need some indexes in these columns. So he's going to create the indexes. Everything's going to go back to normal. Everything's going to be, fast and happy. Well, that's going to go maybe another 2-3 years like that. Then it might start to, slow down again. Then you're going to go and tell your project manager is go to the DBA, and DBA is going to look at it and say that, you know what, I think it's time to actually create some partitions for you because you have too much data. So that is the workflow in SQL Server. It's kind of like don't touch it before it, if it's not broken, don't touch it. So some kind of idea like that. In Cosmos DB, it doesn't work like that. In Cosmos DB, actually, you have to create your partition in the beginning, not at the end. That's a good way to kind of, I guess, fix problems, so you don't have to wait 2-3 years. But the problem is, usually you need to find the partition key when you don't even have data in your container. So you really need to know your data. You want to be sure that whatever you are going to pick the partition key, you don't do that randomly. You do it. You always want to be sure that that partition key is always going to be in your where clause, because you want to always use that. If you use the partition key, things going to be faster. More importantly, it's going to be cheaper for you. Also, you want to be, check your application. Is it going to be a write-heavy application or it's going to be read-heavy application? If it's going to be write-heavy, you want to use your partition key. You want to make it as unique as you can make it, because since you are not going to update anything, you're just going to always write. You want to be sure that your partition key is very unique. If it's read-heavy, you want to be sure that that partition key always going to be in your where clauses, so you can, make your queries cheaper and faster. So those are the two things you really need to pay attention. And if you need to spend time on it, please spend time on it, because that's really the first curve you are going to take in Cosmos DB, race. So if we actually put those together, now we have a containership, empty containership, which is the physical partition. Then we have the small containers, which are the logical partitions, which you define. So there are many ways to group your data, right? So for example, if we are creating an IoT application for a car and we are trying to write and read data to a car, well, you can group that data many ways in this containership. You can do maybe by model, you can do by year, you can do by color, you can do it anyway. But you want to be sure that if you, for example, let's say you pick the year, right? The problem with the year is then this year you might have 100,000 cars built. But maybe next year people are going to love your product and they're going to, sell 1 million. Now you have a big problem because one container, you have one big container in this ship and you put 10,000 cars in it. and you try to read and write. So what's going to happen here is if you're try to write, read the data, you're going to put the partition key, I don't know, model, I don't know, let's say 9.0. Well, this is not really that useful for Cosmos DB because it's going to go open this big container and it's going to find 100,000 cards in it. And then it's going to try to find the card that you want to update or read the data from. It makes more sense to actually put one card in each containers. So if Cosmos DB knows the card, probably we are going to go with the VIN number, vehicle identification number. If you pass that in your query, it's going to be much easier for Cosmos DB to actually go find which physical partition that data is in and which logical partition is in. So it's going to open that container. The data is going to be there. The card is going to be there. You can just update, read, and be done with it. Also, another number that you should know by heart with the logical partition is 20 gig. That is the largest a logical partition can be. So other thing to kind of know, don't think that, okay, if I actually hit the 20 gig, I can repartition. You cannot repartition a container. You have to create a whole new container with different partition key and move your data from the old one to the new one. So as I said before, it's very important that you spend your time and find a good partition key for your application. All right, so I'm going to actually go back to physical partition here because usually this happens and it comes like almost like from nowhere for many people. So let's say we are having this application and we have a request units for 9,000 request units per second, right? So we have one container ship, which is the one physical partition, and we fill it up, let's say, I don't know, 30, 40 gig, and we are good, right? But for whatever reason, maybe our application got busier, or maybe tomorrow is Black Friday. We want to be sure that we are always going to be, on, and it's not going to send all those 429 errors because you don't have enough request units. You say, well, you know what? I just want to be safe, and I'm going to actually move this to 12,000 just to be sure. So maybe later I can just scale down. As soon as you make this 12,000, you know what's going to happen. There were two numbers that you should know by heart, right? And that was the request unit, 10,000. That means you are creating a whole new physical partition. Now you have two container ship, but you still have 12,000. The second container ship that we just created, it needs some resource to run, right? So now you are dividing your 12,000 to two. So one of them is going to have 6,000, other one is going to be 6,000. If your logical partition key, if you pick the good one, that shouldn't be a problem because what Cosmos DB is going to do here is it's going to actually start to move some of the containers from the first one to the second one to balance things. But if you have a huge container in the first ship and which might, requires 4,000 or 5,000 request units just for itself, now actually you are in trouble because the first physical partition here might start to actually give you more problems because it used to have 9,000, now it has 6,000. So that's why it's pretty important for you to actually pick the right partition key and also know those numbers. Whenever you actually create this new physical partitions, you should go back that monitoring tool and be sure that everything is balanced. And, in this case, we were trying to fix the problem, but we might actually cause more problem because maybe we are having some hot partitioning problem here. All right, so let's see what actually Cosmos DB looks like on paper, right? So you go to Azure and you create the service. Creating the service is pretty easy, just like many other service. You just pick the subscription, you pick the name for it, and you have the Cosmos DB. Then you're going to create your first database. When you create the first database, well, you are going to have some options here. So first of all, you are going to pick the API. How are you going to actually access your data? What language are you going to use? The first one is the SQL API. SQL API, I will suggest you to SQL API if this is your first application or this is an application you are starting from scratch. Then I will go with SQL API because Microsoft is in charge of SQL API and most of the new features go in SQL API. And I will suggest that if that's a new application. But rather than SQL API, you still have Mongo API, Cassandra API, Gremlin API, and Table API. So for example, if you have a MongoDB and you already have API for it, your developers have been writing for 2 or 3 years, but you are kind of tired of managing the MongoDB. You want to just maybe give that to Microsoft in Cosmos DB. In that case, you can just pick the MongoDB. From there, you're going to move your data from your MongoDB to Cosmos DB. All you have to do is, with your code, you're going to change your connection string. Then your Mongo application is going to actually think that is accessing the MongoDB when it's accessing the Cosmos DB. And that applies to Gremlin, that applies to Cassandra, and that applies to Table API. After you pick your API, you are going to be ready to actually create your container. When you create the container, depending which API you pick here, the naming might be a little bit different. For example, SQL, we call the data or the data in documents. If you pick Gremlin, your data is going to be nodes and edges. If you pick table, that's going to be rows. So that's mostly applying if you are especially using the REST API, but the naming might be a little bit different when it comes to containers, depending which API actually you pick. Also, each container is going to have items in it. The first one, we have store procedures. Store procedures are good for writing data, not for reading data. If you think about the replica set I actually showed you earlier, you have a leader and 3 followers. Store procedures are always executed on leader. They will never execute it on the followers. That makes them better to write data, not to read data. You don't want leader to read data when it's busy with all the operations coming in. So if you are using store procedures, please don't read data with them. Also, if you didn't know it, you have to know JavaScript because store procedures are in JavaScript. Second one is the user-defined functions. These are a great way to express complex business logic in your queries. They are useful, and those can actually run in the followers. So I will suggest to not use user-defined functions, especially in the where clause, as only one filter. Add something else on it, because just like in other databases, if you are going to use a function in where clause, you are not going to be able to use, or Cosmos DB is not going to be able to use any indexes on it. So it's going to cost you much more. So rather than just using the user-defined function as in where filter, try to add more. Be sure that, if you can, partition key should be there or any other kind of filters you can use. Triggers are a little bit different too. We have 2 types of triggers, pre-triggers and post-triggers. And those will be, has to be triggered by you manually. They won't get triggered automatically like SQL Server. We have merge procedures and conflict. Those are going hand by hand. And what's really happening here is, when you have many regions, conflicts happen, right? You might have one user try to write the data from United States. Other user might be maybe try to change the same data from Europe. So how that conflict happens, what's going to happen? So what you do in that case is you create a store procedure, which is going to have all that business logic whenever, situation happens like that, which data you are going to trust. You're going to put all your logic in it. You are going to actually save it as a merge procedure. Then what's going to happen is when a conflict happens like that, it's going to go in a queue. Then that merge procedure is going to run for each conflict and actually fix the problems one by one. So that's how the conflicts actually gets fixed in the backend. All right, next, storage. How does Cosmos DB store the data? There are 2 types of storages in Cosmos DB. The first one, you have the application, and it's using all the APIs to write the data to Cosmos DB, and those are written as a row store. So since we don't have rows, we have documents. I put them document by document, right? So usually whenever your application goes to Cosmos DB, it's transactional storage. This is operational database. And usually you are not trying to analyze data here, right? So if you are, for example, looking for a product, you give the product ID and you get all the data about the product. You are not trying to write a report here. So as long as that is the case, Cosmos DB is happy, you are happy, everything should be fine. But if you have data scientists, you have analytics, you have reports, and you want to actually read the data from Cosmos DB, you don't want to do that in operational database, right? You don't do that in SQL Server. Don't do it in Cosmos DB either. To actually do that, you need a whole different environment. So it will be much cheaper or easier for you to actually read data from there rather than operational database. So to do that, you can enable the Azure Synapse link. Whenever you go to your data area, you will see that button out there. As soon as you turn that on, Cosmos DB is going to actually start to move that data from transactional storage to analytical storage. Your data is going to actually save here differently. It's going to be column store. So we are going to actually save column by column rather than row by row. In that case, for example, if you have a property name age and you want to find the average of age, all the ages are going to be same in the same area. So it's going to be much easier for your application to actually analyze the data and find the average much faster that way. To actually get the data, you have to use the Synapse Spark or Synapse SQL. So you can use any of those. This one actually gives you isolation between operational and non-operational. So it's a great option. And usually if you have the SQL Server, you kind of handle this by ETL. You just take it from the OLTP to reporting to analyze. I don't know how many environments you have. But in here, actually, Cosmos DB is going to handle that for you. And you don't need to worry about ETL. It's going to break one day and I have to go and fix it. So, and also it's almost like real-time analytics, right? The changes, it really depends how much data you have in operational database. But usually I see the changes in analytical storage in 30 seconds. So it's very, very quick. All right, next. So this is actually on paper. As you can see, the yellows are the current data centers and the orange ones are upcoming data centers. So whenever I actually talk about Cosmos DB, we always talk about these big projects and those big companies, they are using it. But really, Cosmos DB is not only for the big companies. There are many industries can use Cosmos DB. For example, airlines, they are, selling tickets, price changes. There are special days that, you want to scale up and scale down because people want to, go and get the ticket in special those days because they want to travel. Healthcare, it doesn't matter. You are a large, healthcare, a hospital. You can be small with a couple of branches. But what you are looking from a database is really, you want a stable database, you want an available database, and you want a fast database. Especially in these days with, COVID is going on, the last thing you want to do as a healthcare IT is actually go and upgrade your database. So cases like that, Cosmos DB shines. And, rather than healthcare, we have, for example, education. Education right now, all the students are, working from home. And Cosmos DB boarding online. So really, there are many other industries here which can use Cosmos DB. You don't have to be like the top 10 biggest company here. Food is the other one, and really, your users are everywhere. Everybody needs some food, and in these days, well, all the restaurants were closed, so you had to sell it online. So as you can see, just any other industries are good. So if you're a small industry, Cosmos DB has the free tier. So it might be even free for your small businesses. And the last thing I'm gonna actually, suggest you is one more thing. Don't let people scare you because you want to save your data in JSON, unstructured JSON, because that's the first thing they will probably say if you want to use the Cosmos DB. If you survive with 40, 50 tables, you can survive with JSON with no problem. So I think I'm almost out of my time here. I hope everybody learned something. As I said before, if I cannot answer your question right now, I can answer them from the link or Twitter. Please follow me and also check my blog. I write at least weekly. And yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed it. Thank you.
All right, Hasan, that was a great session on how Azure Cosmos DB works. I really liked all these scenario-based examples that you gave, right, to understand the Cosmos DB. And I really connected with the very last slide that you have, is that don't be afraid if your data is stored in the JSON format. I think this is something people really say that, hey, it's JSON, not sure how it will work. People still like to stick with that RDBMS, but definitely, I think, if I'm not wrong, Hasan, recently the free tier of Cosmos DB was increased, isn't it? earlier it was 5 gig or something. Correct me on that part. How much is the free tier? If you use free tier, what are the specifications that we get?
I believe it's not top of my head right now, but if I remember right, it's 5 gig and 400 requests on this, if I'm remembering right.
Yeah,
I think they might change that lately, but I might be wrong.
But they're free gigs, and the other day I was attending Heine's session, and she did say that she uses the Cosmos DB free tier for testing purpose. So definitely, it's good to go ahead and test your solutions. Let's take one question. I think we are already in, so never mind. Let's take one question from Rupesh. He's saying, does new containers spin up automatically under the hood after reaching 50 gigs?
So new partition. I don't think honestly it waits until 50. I will say 70-80% when you hit that, it will probably pop up a new physical partition. And the other thing I didn't I forget to tell, when you scale down, those physical partitions will not merge back.
Oh,
that's another kind of thing that you should know.
Okay, that was insightful. So that was great session, Hasan. I always enjoy hosting you. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
That's all I have, really. As I said before, if you have any other questions, you can always, send me a message. I will be more than happy. And thanks for having me again.
Yeah, and people asking that, hey, can you hit Hasan on email? So definitely, yeah, if you have any questions, you can reach out to him. We have a couple of more questions, but unfortunately, we won't be able to take it. So Hasan, thank you so much for your time. We'd love to host you back. And yeah, have a nice day. It's a happy Tuesday, I would say.
You too. Thank you very much.
Care. All right, with that absolutely amazing session, we now shift to another session that's on enrich your data with Azure Cognitive Services in Power BI. This is the second session that we are going to see on Power BI. The first session was by Nikola, and joining us is now Rishika Karki from, I don't know if she's joining from Nepal, and people say it's top of the world, right? That's what we would say. She's a Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, and I'm really, really excited. I was a Microsoft Student Partner. They changed the program name, but I believe it's better now than before. So let's welcome our next speaker all the way from Nepal, Rishika Karki. Welcome to the Cloud Summit 2021, Rishika.
Thank you so much, Simon, and thank you for having me.
That's great. I'm always very excited when I get to host someone from this Microsoft Student Partner Program. I still say it Microsoft Student Partner Program because that's how I started it. By the way, when did you become this MLSA?
When I joined in, it was called Microsoft Student Partner. So when I'm kind of like getting used to the name change. So it's been around two years, I would say.
Okay. That's great. 3 years. I think you are an undergraduate student for like 3 to 4 years, and I think it's half of the time you have been Microsoft Student Partner. That's great. I have had the opportunity to visit Nepal multiple times in the recent past. I personally love visiting there. We're going to talk a lot about Nepal towards the end of the session because I'm really excited and looking forward for your session on Power BI and Cognitive Services. I see a screen sharing, and the moment you move to your slides, I'm going to add it because I see you right now, you're inside StreamYard, right? So once I see your slides. I have added it to the stream. Everybody can see your slides. And next 25 minutes, Rishika, is all yours.
Thank you so much, Simon. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you are joining in from. Thank you so much for joining this session. So in today's session, we're going to look into how you can enrich your data with Azure Cognitive Services and Power BI. But before we dive in, a little bit about myself. I'm Rishika. I am a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, and I'm also working as a data scientist at Doximo and a junior team lead at Major League Hacking. All of my contact details are in the screen, so I'll be more than happy to have an extended discussion or take in any follow-ups in either of the platforms. So feel free to reach out to me. So let's get started. So today we are going to look into two most fascinating areas of data, one being Azure Cognitive Services and next being the Power BI. Azure Cognitive Services are basically the cloud services provided by Microsoft, which helps you to hone the power of AI and ML without having any ML expertise. And Power BI is a business intelligence tool that helps you to manage, load your data, and then analyze it to gain some meaningful insights out of your data and So we're going to see how these two powerful platforms works in hand, and how you can derive some value out of it by merging the functionality of these two. So Azure Cognitive Services are now integrated as a part of a Power BI under the premium license. So if you have premium license, then you can have easy access to cognitive services. At the moment, it just supports 4 cognitive services, which are tag images, extract key phrases, detect languages, and score sentiment. And all these cool functionalities are something you can directly access if you have premium license of Power BI. So just to dive in a little deeper on what each of the cognitive services are. So tag images are a cognitive services that under the hood makes calls to the Azure computer vision. So you, as an input, you pass in your image, and you get a tagged value as an output. So it's going to compare your image to the 2000 objects that it's pre-trained in, and it's going to give you the tagged output together with the confidential scores. And then we have the extract key phrases. So extract key phrases is under the hood works under text analysis model. So again, herein you give in your text as an input, and then it extracts some meaningful insights. It extracts like key phrases from your text and gives that as an output. When it comes to detect language, again, you give in a text as an input, and then and as an output, it detects what type of language it is and gives you that as an output. I believe at the moment it supports around 120 languages, so that's pretty cool. And finally, we have score sentiment. So what it does is, again, it takes in a text as an input, analyzes it, and then gives you the sentiment of the text as an output. So in today's session, we are going to see how we can use all the cognitive services and how we can consume them. Together with that, we're going to look a little into what other AI capabilities that Power BI has integrated. So without much ado, let's dive into the demo. Let me quickly share my screen. So currently I am in Power BI services. So first then, let me start by creating a workspace. Well, let me just name this workspace as news demo, because the data that I'm using is a news popularity data that was grabbed from UCI machine learning repository. So like I've mentioned, the Azure cognitive services that are integrated within Power BI are only available in premium license. So what I want to do is I want to make this workspace, the mode of this workspace under premium per user license. And I am going to go with default settings here, and let me just hit save the workspace. So it's going to take a couple of seconds to create the workspace. So workspace in Power BI is basically you can say it's kind of like a container that contains all of your dashboards, reports, the data flows, and everything in between. So if you want to containerize all the things together, you do that in workspaces, and it just makes it really easy for you to share those contents with your team and collaborate together. So at the moment, since I just created the workspace, I don't have anything. So let me just add in a content. So what I want to do is I want to create data flows. And just to give you a quick insight on what data flow is. In Power BI, data flow is basically a collection of tables, and basically you can use it to manage your table, manage your data, and transform your data. So let me just add in a new table here. So again, taking a couple of seconds to load in. So there are a lot of ways we can import data from. So there are a lot of data sources that you can use, be it Excel workbook, your folders, JSON file, PDF, and a lot more. But for this demo, I am going to go with a good old CSV file. So I already have that loaded in my GitHub. So I'm just going to grab the URL and then just paste it in here and hit next. So it's going to take a couple of seconds to load in the data. And while it's loading the data, let me just give you a quick insight on what the data is. So in the data, we have not the best formatting here, but in the data, we have like title, headline, source, and topic. So title refers to the news title, headline refers to the headline of the news. A source refers to the source from where the news was grabbed, and topic refers to what topic the news covers. So we have this as a data, and there we go. So it seems like the data is loaded. For some reason, Power BI didn't recognize that my first row was a heading, so we are going to fix that. So now we're going to transform the data and enter, and then inside the Power Query. And first thing first, I just want to make sure I fix the heading, because definitely I don't want to go with column 1, column 2 as a heading. So let me just quickly fix that. I'm going to use my first row as a heading, as a header, and there we go. So it's going to take a couple of seconds, and it has loaded. So now I have made my first row as a headline, as the header of the table. So now what I want to do is I want to map out. So what I want to do is I want to see how the sentiments of the news are distributed depending on the topic. So for that, I want to have another column that indicates the sentiment of the news. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to derive sentiment of the particular news based on its headline. So for that, it's really, like I've said, it's super easy to consume Azure Cognitive Services in Power BI. So all I have to do is go and select AI Insights. And once I've selected it, it's going to take, again, a couple of seconds to load in. And there it goes. So at the moment, Power BI just supports the 4 cognitive services, that being tag images, extract key phrases, detect languages, and score sentiment. So since I want to get the sentiment of the particular news, I'm going to go with this function, and I want to pass the headline of my news as a value. So the sentiment of the news is going to be derived based on its headline. So let me just pass in. Values of a column as an input, and the value is going to be the headline, and everything is going to be the default. And let me just hit apply. So it's just going to take a couple of seconds again to load everything. We have a warning: the evaluation was cancelled, because this is a warning that we can ignore for the moment. So yeah, it's just going to take a couple of seconds again to load everything. So under the hood, what is happening is Azure Cognitive. So we are passing our headline to the function, and it is making a call to the text analysis text analysis API under Azure Cognitive Services, and that is what is giving us the output. So now seems like we have the output. So at the end of the table, we can see that we have a new column, which is called cognitive services .score sentiment, which is basically the sentiment score of this news based on its headline. So the value is between 0 and 1. So if the value is closer to 1, it means that the sentiment that the news carries is more positive. And if it's closer to 0, then it means that the sentiment that it carries is negative. So just to make it a little more intuitive, let me quickly add in a column. Actually, before adding a column, I see that we have one warning. So the query contains untyped columns. Okay, it seems like Power BI was not able to determine the type of content here. So let me just fix that. Let me go with decimal number. And again, it's going to take a couple of times to transform it. Okay, a couple more seconds. So once we have, so now that we have score sentiment, we have changed the type of score sentiment. Actually, let me just rename the column as well, just so it's a little easier to read in. And now that we have score sentiment, so I just want to quickly add in a column, so I want to add a conditional column. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it sentiment. And I'm going to use score sentiment value for if else condition. So what I'm going to do is if my score sentiment is greater than 0.5, then I'm going to say this news is positive. Let me add in another clause. If it's equal to 0.5, then I'm going to lean in towards neutral. And if it's not, so if it's basically smaller than 0.5, then I'll call it negative, just so it's a little more intuitive. And let me save it. So once we have these data loaded, I'm going to save it. And well, while it's loading things, let me just quickly open up Power BI Desktop, because I really like creating reports in Power BI Desktop just because it's way too flexible there. So once, okay, so it's still loading, and I think, okay, there we go. So since it has already loaded, let me just save and close it. Okay, seems like, so yeah, it's going to take a couple of seconds to save and close it. Until then, let me just get a couple of things set up in Power BI Desktop. Let me close it. Actually, I need to have the data flow to work. Here, let me save this data flow as news data and hit save. So again, this is going to take a couple of seconds to save, refresh now. And alrighty, so while this data is being refreshed, let me just go in here in Power BI Desktop, and I just want to import my data flows. So I'm going to go with Power BI. Sorry, not the data. I think I went on with the data sets. Not this one. I want to go with Power BI data flows. So it's going to it's going to connect to my Power BI services. So just make sure while you're working side by side with Power BI Desktop and Power BI services, you are logged in with same credentials. So now I can see inside Power BI data flows, I can see I have 3 data flows, and the workspace that I had made was news demos. So I'm going to go with that one, news data, and the table that I want to extract is query. So let's give it a couple of seconds for the preview to load, and we can see the data here. So let me just load in that data. For the moment, let me just discard the changes. So it will take a couple of seconds again to load all the query, to load all the data that is inside the query table. Okay, there we go. So let me just check in the data that we have just to make sure if everything is imported correctly. And since everything looks good. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to map out the topic of the news with its sentiment. So for that, let me just create a quick visualization. Guess I'll go with the stacked bar chart. And what I want to map out are I want to have topic as the axis, and maybe go with source as lessened. Yeah, it's not source actually, sentiment as lessened, and then I'm going to use the count of sentiment as the value. So now, as you can see, I can clearly, so the insight that I can get from this data is, so if I look into the economy, look into this visualization, I can see that all the news that lied under the topic economic has a few negative sentiments to it, a lot of neutral sentiment to it. Those news under Microsoft has a lot of negative sentiment to it, few neutral sentiment to it, and and few positive sentiment. Same goes for Obama. We have a lot of news that had a neutral sentiment associated with it and few positive. And with Palestine, we have one negative sentiment associated with it and one neutral. So in this way, we can get a really good insight. So we can use AI insights, as we like to call it in Power BI, to enhance our data and gain more powerful insights out of our data. So let me quickly, and you can also add in more, you can also like stack this query with more AI insights. So if I just go in and hit on edit, if I just go and edit the data again, so again, I can just go, and if I just want to add a few more AI insights, then all I have to do is click on AI insights, and then well, it's taking a couple of seconds to load in. longer than it usually does. Actually, while it's being loaded, let me just quickly go through. Let me just open up another app, just so I can give a quick. So while this is being loaded, let me just go over other AI capabilities that Power BI comes in integrated with, which are really, really cool. So I'm just going to go through a couple of examples that I already have in. So one of the really interesting AI capabilities that comes in with Power BI, and you do not even need premium license for that, is so let me just go through the report. And it helps you to detect. So if I go, it helps you to detect outliers in your data. So let me just hit edit. So for the moment, this just works with time series data. So if I go in the analytics pane and look into the find anomalies, and if I go into the analytic pane, then I should be able to see find anomalies data. So what it does, it helps you to automatically detect outliers in your data, detect any fraud value in your data, and it also gives you a very intelligent explanation on why this is an outlier. So in this case, as you can see, it says that revenue was unexpectedly low on 2015. So if you look at the trend, in 2010, we have it around 200 so basically between 2010 and 2014, the data were between 200 to 220, but in 2015, it just dropped in drastically. So that is why it is considering it as an outlier. So you can also set boundaries. So you can set boundaries by just adjusting the sensitivity. So finding anomalies is one of the really interesting AI capabilities that comes in integrated with Power BI, and it works with all the standard license. And next, another really interesting AI capability that again comes under standard license is the Q&A visual. So what it does is it allows you to ask a question, and the answer is going to be on a visual format. So in this case, I can ask like any questions. So I have a couple of suggestions here, like what is the average per score by city. So if I click on that, so this is going to give me a response or answer as a visualization, which is also a really, really interesting feature of Power BI. And another really, really interesting feature is the auto ML. But before I go into that, let me just quickly go over, seems like our data is loaded. So let me just show you how you can stack up more AI insights on top of your query. So what I can do is hit on AI insights. So earlier we used the score sentiment cognitive services function. So now I want to go with extract key phrases. So again, it's taking a couple of seconds to load in. So let me just wait for it to load. For some reason, it's taking way too longer than it normally does. All right, so while it's being loaded, let me quickly go through another workspace. Maybe switch to Titanic demo. All right. Actually, let me just go through the AutoML and then again come back to the AI insights. So AutoML is another AI capability that Power BI comes in integrated with, and for this you will need a premium license. So so I need to go inside my data flow, and if I go inside my data flow, so I have just imported Titanic data here. So if I go on the machine learning model, I already have one pre-trained model, but I can add a couple more models. So what I need to give in is I just need to give a query, and then I need to give the value or the column name of data that I want to be predicted. So maybe I want to predict, I don't know, maybe I'll go with survived. And if I hit a next, so here what I'm saying is I want to train a model that predicts the value of survived, which is basically in this data, survived means whether the passenger survived the survived during Titanic or not. So again, it's going to take a couple of seconds to load in. For some reason, Power BI is being super slow today. Normally, it just used to take like 1 to 2 seconds. Alrighty, so now that I've selected a column to predict, the next thing I need to do is I need to choose a model. So it already like gives you a it already suggests, like based on the data that you're trying to predict, it suggests one of the best models that will work for you. For this one, I'm gonna go with actually, since I think I didn't change the type, this is more, I think it's more like a general classification problem. So I'm gonna go with general classification for this one. And there we go. So it already suggests me a couple of features or a couple of columns that I can use as features here. So as you can see, the feature, actually I'm not going to go with passenger ID, but the feature which is, or the column which is survived has outcome, it's the outcome column, so it's not being selected. The name has too many distinct values, so maybe we do not want to use it as a feature. And a lot of other columns like part, ticket, fare, cabin, embarked has a very low correlations or just have too many distinct values. So we do not want to have that as a feature. So it just suggests you like features that you can go on with to train your model. And then once you like select the data you want to study, then you can just name your model. Maybe I'll just call it Titanic. And you can select the time training time that you want to give. The more training time that you give, the better your model is going to be. For now, I think I'll just give it like 86 minutes and save and train it. So obviously it's going to take a lot of time to train everything. So while the ML model is being trained, I can also see like once the ML model is already trained, I will get a report. I will get a detailed report. So I already have trained one model, so I'll just go ahead and select the report there. And well, even this is taking way too much time to load. Hopefully it works out. All right, there we go. So the report that once your model is trained through AutoML, the report that you get looks along the line of these. Loading the data. It's going to take a couple of seconds. Okay, there we go. So it gives you a detailed report on how the model performed, the accuracy of the model, correctly classified, how many how many test data it was able to correctly classify, how many data were incorrectly classified, and then you can also like see the training details. So it just gives you. So it is super easy to like train your ML model through Power BI, and you can also like apply the models to all of the data inside your data flow. So it just gives you a really good insight on how the training was done, the accuracy of your model, and everything in between. So that's a really cool feature that we have under the premium license. So now coming back to the AI insights and how you can stack up more cognitive services inside your data is, so earlier we had derived score sentiments. Now I want to use the extract key phrases as functions. So under the hood, it again makes a call to the text analysis API and gives in the value that we fetch, and then it's going to give the extracted key phrases as an output. So again, I'm going to use my headline value as an input. So I'm going to apply that. So it's going to take a couple of seconds to load. So this function is going to take a little longer than the score sentiment function. So we might have to wait for a little longer. All right. Let's give it 1 or 2 more seconds, and hopefully it won't take that much long time like it did earlier. Alrighty, so now I should have a few columns here. So now I have a cognitive services extract key phrases column. So it has extracted all the important key phrases from my headline. And so it comes, so it gives you like 2 columns. One is cognitive services dot extract key phrases, and next is cognitive services dot extract key phrases dot key phrase. So the only difference here is in this format. So here the key phrases are separated with comma, and here it's separated in different rows. So based on how you want to consume it, you can select either of the rows. For now, I am just going to delete this row, and since it has duplicated a lot of my rows, I can just remove my duplicated rows and go on about analyzing my data. So that is how you can. So I think I'm running out of time here. So in this way, you can basically use Azure Cognitive Services inside Power BI. So at the moment, Azure, not all Azure Cognitive Services are integrated in Power BI. So if you want to use more Azure Cognitive Services, you can directly access it. You can make API calls. So for that, you will need to have Azure Cognitive Services subscription, but you can invoke that custom function and make the call to the API through Power Query itself. So there's a lot of so in that way, you will be able to integrate your Azure Cognitive Services and Power BI. So that is pretty much all the thing that I wanted to share. So let me save and close it. So that was all the thing that I wanted to share. So now I'm happy to take in any more questions that we might have in the chat. So stop sharing.
Wow, Rashika, that's the very first thing I would say. That was an absolutely amazing session. I wasn't expecting that. That's pure, I would say, a developers level session. Your rhythm, the energy, and the pace that you have in delivering the session was, you should be an MVP, I should say. Next thing you should get after you graduate is the MVP from Microsoft. You definitely own it. I don't know what I was doing when I was a Microsoft partner, probably writing some Windows UWP apps. Back then it was UWP apps. But yeah, it was absolutely amazing sessions. I do have some questions, right? That's because I'm really curious that the entire this AI capabilities that you've shown us today, right? You never moved away from Power BI. You were all inside the Power BI. So do I have to did you actually configure a cognitive services earlier in Azure, or it just happened that you could do it from the subscription itself?
Yep, and that's the best part about Power BI premium license. All you have to do is have a premium license, and you can basically consume all the cognitive services that are integrated in Power BI, just being in Power BI. And you do not even have to pay for it. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I just love it. I mean, I didn't see you going to Azure, creating a new service over there. It all happened within the Power BI. So that's absolutely great. I really love that with literally no efforts, you can actually find out the anomalies. I wasn't expecting that. And having a Titanic demo, I don't know. I mean, everything we are moving towards these smart tools, low code, no code. Do we really need to go and actually code and build all those pipelines we would do with Python and R?
That's not hassle.
Yeah, even the low code, no code of Power Platform that we have, I think the AI is also integrated in built. So that is also absolutely great. Quick question, Rashika, before we move to the next session is, now, I do see you're using a subscription, and I believe that subscription is because you are a Microsoft student. I would say Microsoft student partner. I cannot add learn to it for an ambassador. I do not connect it. So you only have the subscription, right? But for instance, if I want to go ahead and start learning Power BI with its all AI capabilities, is there any free tier or free subscription, or can I work? Is there any possibility with that?
Oh, totally. So you can get 60 days trial free of cost. So if you want to explore all the features that comes in under the premium license, then definitely go ahead and grab that free trial that the Power BI offers.
Wow, that's great. Let's take a couple of questions. Alex says that, hey, Rashika, thank you for the great session. Pradeep is from your region. Pradeep was an MSP, and he's one of my teammate and an absolutely talented people in Nepal. So that's great. We have one question from Abin. Abin is asking how to choose optimal time to train the modern Power BI. That makes sense, right? Because you did choose between 83 minutes or something. Will Power
Yeah.
BI suggest a recommended training time for the selected training data set?
So Power BI recommends to go with, if you have like more time, then it recommends you to go with the maximum that time that they offer. That's around like 360 minutes. But if you are just trying to see whether the data that you've selected, the features that you've selected works or not, then you can just go and test it out in like 5 minutes and see the accuracy and how it's performing. And based on that, you can like increase the time and train your model for more time. So definitely go for more time here.
Okay, quick question. When I go with the more time, is there also any possibilities that Power BI would tell us that, hey, you have there's the overfitting with your model, right? You have overtrained it, or is it something that the Power BI would tell, or it's something that I'll have to figure it out?
So I think that is one really interesting question. So I have tried to like train my model and on like maximum time. So what it does is I think all the overfitting and everything is something that Power BI handles internally. So I think it selects an optimal, I think it kind of like stops the model at optimal time. But for the moment, I don't think it provides any insights as such, but I don't think the model starts to like overfit the data. So because it's kind of like side by side, it's comparing the accuracy with the testing data as well.
Wow, sir, Rashika, absolutely amazing. I am really excited and honored to host you for the very first time. I believe we should be hosting you a lot more often. Usually our sessions are a little towards the night, because our conference are usually Europe and US focused, but we would love to host you in the other live shows and the conferences we do. Before we move to the next session, I've already said it a couple of times. Any final things you want to plug in?
Not really, but I just want to thank you and all the organizers for inviting me here. It was such a pleasure speaking at Cloud Summit. And to everyone who's attending the session, I hope you all have a great day and enjoy the rest of the session.
All right, Rashika, thank you so much. I really miss momos from Nepal. I cannot get over here. So I'm definitely going to reach you out when I'm at Nepal next time. Have a great evening. And yeah, take care. See you soon. Ta-ra. Bye. All right, with that absolutely amazing session by Rashika on Power, it was a power packed. I mean, I need to go back and do it X.5. She was running very fast. So yeah, with that we move to our next session. If you're someone who's watching us on Learn TV, we're gonna drop from Learn TV because they have some other sessions streaming now, and I believe I should do it and visit Azure Summit.live to watch the session of Nandeep Nachan and Smita Nachan. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove it from Learn TV. That's perfect. Having said that, our next session is by Smita and Nandeep. They're going to talk about Monitor Office 365 logs from Azure Sentinel. I really enjoy hosting them. They both come as a duo, as a Microsoft MVP. Also, they write book together. They deliver sessions together. I'm really excited to host them in the Azure Summit together. So let's welcome them. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hello. Thank you. We are here again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Welcome, Nandeep. Welcome, Smita. Thanks for coming in branded, Nandeep. I see that C# live t-shirt. I'm not wearing today. I'm kind of very plain. Never mind. How are things going on?
Yeah, I think things are going well. Again, we do have a festive season here, so
Yeah.
enjoying.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We don't do much here in North India,
Right.
but definitely I see some this vibe going on this social media. So yeah, I won't take much of your time. I know we are already a couple of minutes in your session. Feel free to share your screen, and then you
Sure.
can go ahead and get started.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Just a
thank you.
moment. Just give me one moment. Let me share my screen. All right. Okay. The controls are a bit different from Microsoft Teams.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's easy. I think that this tool is pretty easy.
Yeah.
All
True.
right,
Do
I
you see
see
my
your
screen?
screen. You're inside
Yeah.
StreamYard. Once you move away,
Okay.
I'm gonna add it to this stream. Now, yeah,
Sure. Sure.
everybody can see your screen. And next 45 minutes, I'm not sure. Next 45 minutes, all yours.
All right. Yeah. Sure. Just let us know when to start. Sure.
You can start. You're all good. You can start.
Oh, all right. Okay, so hello everyone. Good morning, good evening, and again, welcome to Cloud Summit 2021. And we are here to present our session on monitor Office 365 logs from Azure Sentinel. So it is a combo of both Office 365 as well as Microsoft Azure. So as all of us know, Office 365 usage is increasing very much usually with various products in Office 365, including SharePoint, Microsoft Teams, Yammer, many more things. So with the increase in the usage day by day, it also increases the challenges to monitor the Office 365 environments for its usage, because there are various activities being carried out by all of the users as well as all of the members. And then it is essential for each of the admin to see like who is doing what. So again, there are various products, tools, and ways available to monitor the user and admin activities in Office 365. But in this particular session, we will explore Azure Sentinel to monitor the Office 365 environment for its usage, not just the usage, but again detect the possible risk as well as react to those possible risks. All right. So I hope that sounds interesting. And then again, the agenda for this session is we will see what are the challenges with Microsoft 365 environment monitoring itself, and then how Azure Sentinel can help us to monitor all of those Office 365 audit logs very much easily. And then using this combo, how we can do the threat detection with Azure Sentinel analysis, and not just the threat detection, but how we can respond to those threats. All right. Okay, so quickly before starting the session, my name Nandadeep Nasan, and I'm from Pune, India, and I'm Microsoft MVP, C Sharp Corner MVP, Microsoft Certified Trainer, author of couple of books on SharePoint framework as well as SharePoint Hybrid. And on to the right hand side, here are few of the social handles to get in touch with me. And with me today is Smita.
Hello all, myself Smita Nathan. I am from Pune, India. I'm a Microsoft MVP and MCT. I'm author of one book, and these are some of my social handlers by which you can get in touch with me. So now let's see what are the challenges with Office 65 environment monitoring. So as a large number of users are using various Office 65 apps and services, so including Exchange, SharePoint, Microsoft Teams, it is very much essential to keep a track of all user activities. So Office 65 offers a various fine-grained roles or administrators who can perform various activities to certain apps and services by modifying a tenant or application settings. So for example, enabling this external sharing, set the authentication mode, network settings, and many more things, which are may impose a security risk. So you can use the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center to search the unified log to view users and administrator activities in your organization. Also, you can search for various type of user and admin activities in Microsoft 365, including SharePoint Online, OneDrive for Business, Power Apps, Power BI, Power Automate, Microsoft Teams, Dynamic 365, Yammer, Microsoft Stream, Microsoft Workplace Analytics, Microsoft Forms, and sensitivity labels for a site that use SharePoint Online or Microsoft Teams. So, audit log search is turned on by default for Microsoft 365 and Office 365 enterprise organizations. So, you have to be assigned the view only audit logs or audit log role in Exchange Online to search the audit log. So by default, these roles are assigned to the compliance management and organization management role groups on the permission page in Exchange Admin Center.
All right. So now that we have a basic understanding of what is mean by those audit logs and all those things, so quickly let's see how those what is mean by those audit logs in Office 65, and then how they are being captured inside the compliance center. So for that, let me again switch back to my Office 65 tenant. So all of the activities which are being performed by user or by admin. So the user activities could be opening up any of the page, opening up any of the file inside of SharePoint, Microsoft Teams, Yammer, anywhere, or the admin activities. They could include any potential changes into the environment itself. So for example, enabling the external sharing, making some changes to the network. So all those kind of an activities gets logged in Office 365 under this compliance center. So whenever you will open the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, you can just navigate to either compliance.microsoft.com/audit log search, and here you will be able to search through all those audit logs. At the same time, for example, if you are new to this portal, you can open the admin.microsoft.com, and from there you can go to the compliance tab, and from here you will be able to see all those things. And again, all those audit logs are available down under here. So by default, for example, if you don't see this screen, it might ask you to enable those Office 65 audit logs. So just click on that button, and Office 65 will keep monitoring all of the activities which are being performed by your user as well as your admins. So it is a simple interface wherein we'll be able to see the date range. So we have a date range right now starting with 1 week, so we can get wherever we want to go. So I will just quickly select the activities which I had been doing so far today itself. So this is the date range for today, and then down under these activities here we'll be able to see all of those activities which can be tracked. So as I said, all of the activities which are performed by user, by admin, across all of the apps and services inside Office 365, including SharePoint, Yammer, Microsoft Teams, and many more things, right? So I will not probably filter on this one. Here we can add the name of the user of which activities you want to track, and once you click on this search, it will take some time, but it will give you the entire result of the activities which have been done by that particular user during this time frame. So what happens now is that whenever your users or your admin keep using your Office 365 environment, all of their activities will be tracked here. So there could be a few activities which are needed. There could be few activities which has got some kind of an potential risk. So in this particular session, we will see how we'll be able to detect those kind of an potential risk with Office 365 and Azure Sentinel, right? So at least this is how it looks. Once you click on export, you will be able to export all of the results, and once exported, all of those results will get exported into a CSV kind of an format, comma separated values kind of an format, where it will capture the creation date when this particular activity has been done, the users who were involved into this activity, the operation which was performed for this particular activity, and then we will have some kind of a JSON structure for this audit data. So it will look something like this, wherein it captures the creation time, the unique ID for that operation, the operation name itself, the organization ID, that means your tenant ID, then again rest of the other information about which was the workload. So in this example, this workload is SharePoint, but it could be any of the other apps and services which are running across your Office 365, and then again all of the other more information about that particular activity. So this is how it will look, but again we have some kind of a limitations with this, and for that reason we are switching to the Azure Sentinel. So let's see like what are those kind of an limitations we have.
So Office 65 audit log tracks every user and account action across all of the Office 65 services. So when an audited activity is performed by a user or admin, an audit record is generated and stored in the audit log for your organization. So for user assigned an Office 65 E5 or Microsoft 365 E5 license, or users with Microsoft 365 E5 compliance, or Microsoft 365 E5 eDiscovery and Audit add-on license. So audit records for Azure Active Directory, Exchange and SharePoint activity are retained for 1 year by default, and for the users assign any other non-E5 licenses for the Office 65 or Microsoft 365 licenses, audit records are retained for a 90 days. Now let's see what is the purpose of this audit for logs, why we need this Office 65 logs. So Office 65 monitors most of these activities and logs those under the Security and Compliance Center. However, these logs are available for 90 days only. So for auditing and historic purpose, we should store this log somewhere, and Azure Sentinel comes in a handy way over here. So organization, your company's governance policies require that users should access regulated documents using the company's secure VPN. So from the audit logs, we can monitor how and from where employees are downloading sensitive documents. It's from SharePoint Online or OneDrive for Business. Also, the organizations can easily apply a legal hold on the search results and prepare for the legal suit. Let's have some overview for Azure Sentinel. So Microsoft Azure Sentinel, it's scalable cloud native security information event management, that is SIEM, and security orchestration automated response SOAR solution. So Azure Sentinel delivers intelligent security analytics and threat intelligence across the enterprise and providing a single solution for alert detection, threat visibility, proactive hunting, and threat response. So let's see how these Azure Sentinel help us. So it helps us to collect the data at cloud scale across all users, devices, applications, and infrastructure, both on premises and in multiple clouds. It also detects the previously undetected threats and minimize false positives using a Microsoft Analytics and unparalleled threat intelligence. It investigates threats with artificial intelligence and hunt for a suspicious activity at scale, tapping into the years of cybersecurity work at Microsoft. It also responds to incidents rapidly with built-in orchestration and automation of common tasks.
Okay, so now that let's see how we can quickly set up that Azure Sentinel. So for that, we'll have to go to the portal.azure.com or Azure portal. Once you go there, just click on create a resource, or even from the top search bar, you should be able to search for Azure Sentinel. So just type those words, and here we should have that Azure Sentinel ready. So either click on create Azure Sentinel or plus create any of the button. What happens now is that this Azure Sentinel always needs some kind of an log analytics workspace. So it will ask you to start by creating that log analytic workspace, or we can just call it as a workspace. So once you click that, we will have to select the subscription, the resource group, the name and region. Once we do that, the log analytics workspace will be ready and it will be attached to your Azure Sentinel. Since it is a time consuming process, what I did is that I already have created that Azure Sentinel. So this is how it will look. So here we will have the Azure Sentinel, and here you can see that we have one log analytic workspace, or just a workspace, which is being attached to this Azure Sentinel. So again, one more thing to follow here is that, for example, whenever you want to do the audit log being transferred to this Azure Sentinel, try to have your Azure subscription right within the Office 365 tenant. Otherwise, switching between those tenants will be a difficult. So right now, I just have clicked onto this Azure Log Analytics workspace, or L8W, and this is how it looks. So this is the overview screen of the Azure Sentinel, wherein it shows all of the events which are happening across those logs, or those Office 365 audit logs, and then we will be able to monitor from here. So now that, let's see how we can bring all those Office 365 audit logs here and move forward. Yeah.
So as Azure Sentinel provides connectors to connect to your data in various systems, including Microsoft 365 Defender, so formerly Microsoft Threat Protection Solutions, and Microsoft 365 sources, including Office 65, Azure Active Directory, Microsoft Defender for Identity, which is a formerly Azure ATP, and Microsoft Cloud App Security. Let's see some of the prerequisites for it. So Office 65 log connector help us to bring the user and admin activities from Exchange, SharePoint, OneDrive, and Microsoft Teams into Azure Sentinel. So this information includes details of actions such as file downloads, access request sends, changes to group events, mailbox operation, team events such as chat, team member, and channel events, as well as the details of the user who performed the actions. So here are the listed some of the prerequisites. So the read and write permissions on your Azure Sentinel workspace. Global administrator or security administrator rights on Office 65 tenant. Office 65 deployment must be on the same tenant as your Azure Sentinel workspace.
Okay, so with those prerequisites, let's see how we can bring all those Office 365 logs to Azure Sentinel, right? So again, let's get back to the demo. So here we have this Azure Sentinel. Probably this will not show the same way as you can see here because we have it pre-configured. But under the configuration, you can see the data connectors. So once you click on the data connectors, we have various connectors available from Microsoft through which we'll be able to connect to Microsoft 365 services as well as all of the other services. So since we just want to get our data from Office 365, I will just search for Office 365, and here we have at least couple of connectors available to us. So first one is Microsoft Defender, or previously it was used to call as a ATP Advanced Threat Protection. So let's have a look at that first. So once you click on that, here onto the right hand pane, it will show some kind of a description. Do read it out, and once you click on that open connector page, from here we will be able to connect our Microsoft Defender for Office 65 with our Azure Sentinel. So what will happen is all of the activities which are happening for the Microsoft Defender, so it could be related to any kind of a malicious URL that has been clicked by your users, or any of the potential phishing email, malware attack, all those kind of information will start to flow from your Microsoft Defender or ATP inside of this Azure Sentinel. So this is already configured, but here you should be able to see the connect button. Once you click on connect, since right now I have logged in with the same account which I have been using for the Office 65, I was able to get in there very quickly. The other connector which is available from Microsoft is this Office 365, which is the one which we are going to look into more depth. So again, the description is available here, but this particular connector will help us to monitor all of those activities which are happening across your Office 365, uh, majorly pertaining to Exchange, SharePoint, and Microsoft Teams. Okay, so all those information about how the users are using your SharePoint, Exchange, Microsoft Teams, even OneDrive for Business, all those activities will start to flow here. So this means all of the activities which we saw inside of this Excel, which is coming from your Office 65 logs, we will be able to see those here. Just not see here, but at least even will be able to detect any kind of a potential threat, and even will be able to act on those threats. So at least these are the connectors which are available to us by default given by Microsoft, through which we'll be able to bring in all of those logs inside of the Azure Sentinel, because Office 65 has got a limitation of 90 days storing of those logs, which can be overcome, which is the second purpose of bringing that to Azure Sentinel. All right. So with that, let's see how we can monitor that data through workbooks.
So after you connected your data sources to Azure Sentinel, you can monitor the data using the Azure Sentinel integration with Azure Monitor workbooks, which provides the flexibility in creating a custom workbooks. So Azure Sentinel allows you to create a custom workbooks across your data, and also comes with built-in workbook templates to allow you to quickly gain insights across the data as soon as you connect a data source.
All right, so let's see a demo of this, how we can get started using those workbooks, right? So let me again go back to my demo portal. So here we should be able to see the workbooks under the threat management. So we have all of those workbooks here. Again, we do have a few of the templates available from Microsoft. So let us explore those first, okay? So again, we have one more template available, Office 365. We can just click on that template and then click on view template. So this will give you the entire idea about what are the activities being performed onto your tenant by the users as well as by the admins. So from here we'll be able to filter out on the date range, uh, because by default, since my tenant is E5, I have got 90 days of hard stop here. But again, I can go custom, and then again I can go beyond those 90 days. At the same time, we have the workloads here. So just to just to be safe, I'm selecting all of the workloads. And again, we have those user types. User type, that means all of the users, uh, or the end users who are using that particular system or Office 65 apps and services, as well as the admins who are making some kind of an configuration changes onto your Office 65. So all of those things we'll be able to see here. So this will give us a nice presentation of how are the activities are being done by your users as well as by your admin, by their workload, by the user type, all those things. So we have various nice charts and graphs here, which will give us all of those activities per week, all of the user activities as well as group activities. And then down here we also have got a raw format from which we'll be able to generate our own reports. So here we will be able to see all of those activities, and again here we'll be able to see all of the user activities. Then down under, based on the workloads that we have selected, we'll be able to drill down into those workloads, probably for SharePoint and OneDrive, then for Exchange, and again for Microsoft Teams. So this is how this particular workbook looks like. But let's say, for example, if you want to create our own workbook, for some reason we are not much happy with this, or we want to come up with our own reporting, so we can just click on that new workbook, and now that we have our new workbook ready here. So this one will have some kind of an heading and some kind of a description, and this one is following the MD kind of a pattern or markdown kind of a pattern. So what you can do is you can just click on edit here, and this is the markdown text that we have. So we will be able to change that markdown text. So let's say, for example, if you want to monitor the site creation, so I will just say SPO site creation monitoring, or SPO site creation, and then we can just click on done editing, and you can see that that particular markdown has updated my title. Now that, let's say, for example, if you want to add any of more information, like adding a query or adding a matrix or a parameter or text, we will be able to do it. So let's go ahead and add one query here. So here we have some specific language called as KQL, or Custo query language, by which we'll be able to fire our queries against all of those logs which are available inside the Azure Sentinel. So KQL is some kind of an query language which is used to perform analysis on the data to create analytics workbooks, and again perform the hunting in the Azure Sentinel. So again, understanding of basic KQL statement structure will obviously provide the foundation to build more complex queries. So to begin with, we will write the simple KQL query. So all of those activities are available inside this table called as a Office activity, and we will be able to write down the KQL queries by specifying this pipe, and then we can specify the where kind of a clause, and then again where the Office workload. Oh, sorry, equals SharePoint. Okay. Okay, and then, oh sorry, double quotes, and then again, for example, if I run this now, there will be too much of information. I just want to drill down onto the operation, which is equal to the site collection created. Okay, so I will just stick to that. Oh, oh, Okay, so now that, for example, if I run this query, we'll be able to see that entire data. So let's say, okay, we don't have any results because in the last 24 hours, I did not perform anything here. So let us select that range of 30 days. And now that you can see that at least I have those 3 SharePoint sites created. Now that, let's say this one is just the simple or raw kind of an data, but if you want to create some kind of an graphical representation, we can still extend that by specifying the source, by parsing that entire event data, and then we can project all of the columns that we want, so that we'll be able to generate that report. So in this case, we are trying to generate this information as a bar chart. So once I run this, it is the same information, but here we'll be able to see that in the form of a bar chart. So from here we'll be able to see, like, I have created one SharePoint site with team service, one with Office 65 Admin Center, and another with Yammer. So we'll be able to use all this information, as well as we'll be able to create our own workbooks. All right. So with that, let's turn to the next topic of discussion, that how we can carry out the analytics.
So, Microsoft Azure Sentinel Analytics provides an intelligent solution to help detect potential threats and vulnerabilities in the organization. So, let's see how the Microsoft Sentinel Analytics can help identify and stop cyber attacks. So, Azure Sentinel Analytics help to detect, investigate, and remediate cybersecurity threats. It analyzes data from various sources to identify correlations and anomalies. So, using analytics rule, we can trigger alerts based on the attack techniques that are used by known malicious actors. So, with the analytics rule, we can get insight of where an attack originated from, what resources were compromised, potential data lost, along with the timeline for the incident. So, analytics rules can be managed from Azure Sentinel Analysis homepage.
Okay, so right now let's see like how we can create those analytics rule, and even we can extend those analytics rule so that we'll be able to create the incident every time that particular alert is generated. So for that, let me again go back to the Azure Sentinel, and here we have something called as analytics. So under the configuration, you will be able to see the analytics. So from here we can create either scheduled query rule or Microsoft incident creation rule. So let's first look into this part. So here we can name this thing. I will just call it as a test, and then from here we'll be able to select the service. So this one is specific to the Defender kind of a thing. So here we have Microsoft Defender for Office 365. This one is a very pretty simple thing. We just want to create the alerts based on some of the keywords. Let's say, for example, malware, or maybe phishing, or any of that sort. So whenever there will be any kind of an malware attack being happening through Defender detection, will this will run this particular analytics rule and we'll be able to do it. But we don't have more control over this, so let's have a look at the other option that we have, through which we'll be able to get more controls over the query rules. So I just have selected that other option. Here we can select the name, provide the description, and then here we have something called as a tactics. So this is a tactics field where we can choose the categories of attacks to classify the rule. So again, whenever there will be an attack onto our Office 65 environment, we'll be able to categorize them based on any of those 13 things that we have here. So what I will do is here, just to keep the time factor in consideration, I will just open up the alert rule that I had created before. So I'll just click on edit. So the scenario here, that what we want to mimic is that, for example, if there are multiple bulk edit happenings onto SharePoint, we want to get our admin notified, and then they can act on this particular incidents. So let's say, for example, this is a very simple scenario that we are taking, that for example, if that edit is happening for 5 items in a 5 hours of a time span, we want to get notified admin about that, because there might be some kind of an potential risk or some kind of an attack which is happening onto the SharePoint, through which our SharePoint data is being exposed, or someone is trying to tamper with the data which is shared inside SharePoint. So we just named this analytics rule as SharePoint bulk edit items. We can select the tactics whichever we want. In this case, I have selected all of the tactics. We can specify the severity for that. And then once we go to the uh, rule logic, here we have the same KQL, the customer query language, through which we are just only interested to get the information from SharePoint, and with the operation which has happened for the list item updated. So that means someone is trying to edit the SharePoint list items, and then the frequency for that query scheduling that we have is 5 hours, and then we are looking out for the alert threshold of 5. So that means it is very basic example that in 5 hours we are just looking out for the threshold of 5 edits. But again, in your real world scenarios, this count can go bigger. So just that we'll be able to notify that if there are any kind of bulk edits happening to SharePoint. Next thing is that we can go to this incident settings, and whenever there is something of this sort is happening, we want to create an incident out of this. So we have enabled this incident setting so that whenever our Azure Sentinel detects that we have 5 edits going on to the SharePoint at the span of 5 hours, it will create an incident from here. And then again, if needed, we can have the automated resolution for that. But for that, let's see the next topic, like when those incidents or those possible threats are created, how we will be able to respond to those threats.
So we can use the playbooks together with automation rules to automate incident response and remediate security threats detected by Azure Sentinel. So automation rules help you to triage incidents in Azure Sentinel. So you can use them to automatically assign incident to the right person, close the incident, change their severity, and add the tags.
Okay, so let's get into the demo that how we can use those playbooks with the automation rules. So now that we have seen that all of our logs or all of our user activities which user as well as the admins were performing are being handled into the Office 65 audit logs, something like this. Then through the data connectors, we brought it into the Azure Sentinel. And for example, if there are more edits happening onto the SharePoint, 5 edits per 5 hours, in that case, it should go ahead and create some kind of an incident. So all of those incidents, we should be able to see those from here. So whenever that condition gets satisfied, it will start creating those incidents. But just the incident having an incident here is not sufficient. We should be able to get alerted onto this particular incident, and we should be able to take some kind of an corrective action onto these incidents. So for that, we can make a use of automation. So under the configuration, once you click on automation, here we have at least couple of options that we can create an automation rule, or we can start by creating the Azure playbook. So let's first go ahead with the automation rule. So here we can specify the name of the rule, and then again for which analytics rule we want to run this particular automation rule. And then again in the action we can perform like what it should do, like should it run the playbook, should it change the status of the incident, or assign the owner, or change the severity, or add tags to those incident. It can do that. And then again we can set some kind of a rule expiration. If you want this particular rule to be effective for some duration, we can do that. And then we have the order. Lower the order will have the greater priority. So this is one option. Another option that we have here is we can probably create a playbook. So once you click on this option, you will be redirected to the newer tab, inside which it will open the Azure Logic apps. So it will prompt you to create new Azure Logic apps, through which we'll be able to uh, work onto the possible incident. So from here you can name that particular logic app, select your region, and then uh, you can create your own logic app. So what we will do now is probably will not spend time on creating those logic apps, but I can directly go to those playbooks, and from here I will be able to show you one. So here I have couple of logic apps created, so I will just open up one. So what we want to do is whenever there is any kind of an incident being triggered because of the bulk edit items in a SharePoint, we want to take some kind of an action on it. So we'll just click on edit. So we are not doing anything fancy here, but just that we want to get our response team auto updated with this particular incident, and then we'll be able to monitor that. So always that particular logic app will start with when a response to Azure Sentinel alert is triggered. So then here we'll be able to add more actions to it. So you can just click on add action, and then we have various actions that we can take against this particular event. So we have again few of the built-in standard enterprise as well as the custom. So for example, if you want to invoke any of the Azure function or any of the HTTP call, we can do that. But just to keep it simple, we are simply posting this particular message onto the Teams channel. So this is the team which is emergency response, and onto the general channel we are just posting this particular message so that our team should be aware that there is some kind of an incident reported onto the Azure Sentinel, and then we should go and act quickly on that incident, right? So this was a very simple implementation on that. Now that let's say this particular automation will trigger whenever there will be 5 more edits. And for example, if I make edits right now, probably it will take 5 to 10 minutes to get into the logs. So what I can do is I can go to this incident, and then we will run that automation manually. So let's say as of now, for example, if this incident has happened, so all of those incident details will be here. So this one is just validating, but again, once it validates, we'll be able to go deeper into all of the details of this particular incident. So just click on that view full incident details, and here we have all of those incident details, right? Like which are the tactics that has been used, and then again from where this has triggered, and again who done that. All those kind of information will be able to see it from here. And then again we have that information being flown here, and here once you click it, this will show the more information about that particular event itself. But now that we are mostly interested to see that automation, so for that reason you can just click on this view playbooks, and then here we have this particular logic app attached to that playbook. So what will happen whenever there will be any incident created, obviously this Azure playbook will come into the picture, and in response to that particular incident, it will run this instance of this playbook. So what we will do is we will just simply run it manually as of now. So ideally what it should do is it should just send out the notification onto Microsoft Teams. So now that we can just wait for that notification to come, or at least when that particular notification will come. Oh sorry, I'm into the wrong window. Okay, so now that I'm into the emergency response team, and from here you can see that this is 8:28 p.m. IST time, and we have that incident being reported here. So in the a regular business, what will happen is that probably we will not just send this message onto the teams, but probably we will take some kind of an corrective actions by revoking the access, or maybe looking into the more log details, like what can happen. But just I just wanted to keep it very much simple to give you the idea that this Azure Sentinel cannot be just used to monitor your Office 365 logs, but even from here we'll be able to create the incidents, as well as we'll be able to act on those incidents. So yeah, with that we are coming to end of the session. I think I am right on the target. So here are a few of the references. For example, if you want to read more about the Azure Sentinel, or again, for example, if you are interested how we have set up this demo, then we have set of 3 articles, so which you can go through, and then you will be able to see how we have set up this Azure Sentinel and all of these logs, how they are flowing to. And then again, we have good reference of all of those KQL queries by Brian Jacket. So do look out for his samples. He has got very good samples available, through which we'll be able to create the advanced KQL kind of queries. So just in a nutshell, that all of the activities which are happening across Office 365 will all those gets recorded into the Office 365 audit logs. But then again, we have a limitation of 90 days or 1 year kind of retention there. So we can, in that those cases, we can take a use or take a help of Azure Sentinel, not just to store those audit logs for the audit purpose, but we can create an incident out of it, and again we'll be able to act on those incidents very very rapidly. All right. So with that, thank you very much for having us here one more time, and thank you for listening to us. Back to you, Simon.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely great. I always say your both sessions are just like Chennai Express. There's so much of content you both just covered in the given time frame. I don't know how much time. This time the slides were still less, but I still remember the last time. I don't know how much time you spent just on creating the content, and there's no way Nandip and Smita we can pay you back. You guys have been so active in the community, and I've been looking. You both are not just involved in the Indian communities, but also in the US and Europe events. You both do it. So I'm stalking both of you on the social media. We have a question. Let's take from the.
Sure.
We have one question from Pradeep. He's asking, does Office 365 backup our data?
Oh, Miss, if you're specifically talking about the data itself that we store as a user or as an end user in Office 65, in that case, yes, we do have all of those backup policies available from Microsoft. So it is not just region based, but again, across multiple regions. Uh, it is again kind of an Azure policies through which it takes all of those backups. So let's say, for example, if one of the data center goes down, your data will be intact and it can be served from the other data center. So yeah, Miss, Microsoft do take backup of all of our data. So no, don't have to worry on that front. But again, there might be delay of 24 hours based on your subscription. So at the max, you are at a risk of losing data, which is maybe a span of 2 hours to 24 hours.
Oh,
But
24
not
hours
a
is a
huge
lot,
data.
but 2 hours is okay.
2 hours is okay. I know.
I mean, it's okay. 24 hours is a lot, but never mind. You're getting a backup, right? You didn't take care of your data, so
Correct.
yeah, I still have a backup. Having said that, Nandip Smita, thank you so much for joining us the Cloud Summit 2021, aka Azure Summit.
Thank
We would
you
love
very
to
much for
have
having
you.
us here.
Yeah, we love to have you
We
back.
always like, right. Yeah,
Yeah,
we always like to miss present our sessions with you. Thank you very much
yeah.
for
I
giving
mean,
us
you know, I
another
I, I, I,
opportunity.
some- I sometimes wonder that I should have a live show that is just focused on chit chat and not on these technical sessions that I can talk to speakers because I get very brief time to interact with speakers. But absolutely
True.
amazing
That's true.
sessions, both of you. I would see you in some other events. We have many more coming up. Until then, take good care of yourself, and yeah, see you soon. Have a good night. It's almost
Yeah.
like 8:30.
Take
Yeah,
care.
take care.
See you soon.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Take care. Bye.
All right, with that absolutely amazing session, we now move to our next session. That's again by one of the Microsoft Learn ambassador, Simran Makhija. She's going to talk about code your Azure infrastructure with Terraform. But here's one thing before we move to the session. Right after this session, we're going to take a break of 30 minutes, and this stream will stop. Right, this stream will stop, and we have dropped the URL in the comments. Click on this link and move to our second stream of the day, second part 2 of the day 2. I'm just messing it up over here. But don't do it right now, right? We have a session coming up. Don't do it now. Coming up now is Simran Makija, who's going to talk about code your Azure infrastructure with Terraform. She's a Microsoft Learn Student ambassador. I like to call it Microsoft Student Partner anyway, and I just cannot change it. So let's welcome Simran to the Cloud Summit 2021. Welcome, Simran. Welcome to the Cloud Summit 2021.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for having me.
Thanks for accepting the invitation, Simran. I really appreciate it. You are from Indore. Are you joining us from Indore right now?
I am. Since all of us have been stuck at home, thanks to Corona, I think everybody's.
No, I think Simran, things have changed. I see people moving out in India. We are still getting about 40,000 cases each day, but to me, everything looks normal, at least here in the capital. I'm not sure how things are at your place. I hope it's all okay. I know we're already 10 minutes in your session, but please take your time because after this session, we're going to have a 30 minutes break. So feel free. I'm going to add your slide to the stream now. Everybody can see it. And next 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So, hi everyone. Today we're going to be learning about how we can code our cloud infrastructure or infrastructure in general with Terraform. But because this is a cloud, a cloud conference, we're going to do it with Azure, your Azure infrastructure with Terraform. So I feel like my introduction here falls a little short of the video everyone saw, so I'm just going to be really quick. Hi, my name is Simran Makhiza. I'm a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, and you can find me on Twitter and Instagram as @justsim. So let's just dive right into it. Before we start with what coding your infrastructure is or what Terraform is, let's just talk about a very basic concept of computer science that we've all seen, I believe, as we started, the DRY principle or the don't repeat your code principle. It is definitely not just limited to code, because it's not don't repeat your code, it is don't repeat yourself. So it applies to all the work that we do as computer science students or as programmers, as people that love tech. We don't really like to do a lot of things repeatedly. I've seen some people actually send Happy Diwali or Merry Christmas messages using a script because it's a repetitive task. Then why should we code, or why should we configure our infrastructure every single time manually on the Azure portal? Right. Whenever we want to make a change in our configurations of any given resource on the Azure portal, we must delete the resource and then reconfigure and initialize it. This is a clear violation of the DRY principle. Oh, before I move ahead, let's just read what the DRY principle says. It just says that you shouldn't duplicate or rewrite the same functionality twice. Now, whenever we want to change something in our configurations of our infrastructure, we go ahead and we have to delete the entire thing and reconfigure it and initialize it. This is a clear violation of the DRY principle. And for our community, every small repetitive task is something that we don't like to do. We like to automate it. So why not this? So moving forward, here comes to the rescue, infrastructure as code. What is infrastructure as code? Infrastructure as code is a concept that says, according to the Azure website, is the management of infrastructure in a descriptive model using the same versioning as all the other teams in your development and deployment pipeline would be using. What this means is that infrastructure as code is basically whatever we're doing manually on our Azure portal, we would be able to write code down for it. And every time we want to make a small change, we can make a change in that code, and any infrastructure as code provider that we're using, in this case, in the case of this session, it's going to be Terraform. That provider deletes and destroys whatever resources need to be destroyed and initializes new resources on its own. On our end, we do not have to go to the portal and do the same thing over and over again. We just make a small change to the code and we apply our changes to our infrastructure directly from our code. What is a little deep dive into what is infrastructure as code? As we've all likely come across the concept of CI/CD, which is continuous integration and continuous delivery. Now, infrastructure as code enables continuous delivery. That is, it enables you to be able to continuously deliver your building, testing, and configuration and deployment process of your infrastructure in a production environment to a production environment. The concept of infrastructure as code helps you achieve continuous development. Infrastructure as code evolved to solve the problem of environmental drift in the released pipeline. What happens is, what is environmental drift? I'll go a little bit into that. So different teams are responsible for different steps of your production pipeline, release pipeline, and oftentimes this may occur that the development team was using a different configuration for the development, while the DevOps team uses a different configuration for the deployment. This is the phenomena of environmental drift, and each environment becomes what we call an individual snowflake, that is a unique configuration that can't be reproduced automatically, and as humans we are prone to error. So to avoid this, infrastructure as code, when you have your infrastructure written down in a code file and a provider is doing the deployment for you and applying those changes dynamically, you avoid these environmental drifts and you avoid causing snowflakes. So also, because our environment in the development environment as well as the DevOps environment, the production environment, all of these are enabled by a single code source, it enables testing of applications in a production-like environment. Before we move forward, I'd just like to say why I'm saying it is the same thing if you have the same code. So we've all heard of the principle of the same source code generating the same binary, the platform independence principle that we come across when we start studying the Java programming language, for example. The same principle applies to IAC, infrastructure as code. An infrastructure as code model generates the same environment every time it is applied. So this helps us achieve the various things such as continuous delivery and solving the problem of environmental drift, enabling testing in a real-time production-like environment. So now that we understand what infrastructure as code is, I believe we need to move forward to understand what Terraform is, why we're using Terraform today. So Terraform is an open source IAC software tool. As I said, there is an IAC provider that will enable our infrastructure code to be applied and deployed, right? So Terraform is one such tool. It is an open source infrastructure as code software tool that provides a CLI workflow that helps manage thousands of cloud services. That is, Terraform can be used with your enterprise solutions as well. You can manage deployment and of your infrastructure and manage and maintenance of your infrastructure for your enterprise infrastructure, as well as across various cloud services. Terraform can be used. Now, what are some key features of Terraform? Why are we talking about Terraform today? So Terraform, as I said, is an infrastructure as code tool. You describe your infrastructure using Terraform's configuration language, which is a very easy human readable declarative configuration language wherein we create configuration files, which we'll be seeing in the demo shortly. This allows us to create a blueprint that we can version, share, and reuse. As I said earlier, we would share it across teams and make sure that all teams have the same infrastructure in place. Now with Terraform, as I said, it has a dedicated CLI workflow, a neat CLI workflow that we can use. So we can generate execution plans before we make any changes. As we'll be seeing shortly, in Terraform, there is a command known as Terraform plan. So before we apply our changes, that is, before we run Terraform apply, we can run the Terraform plan command in our CLI to see what changes will be made to our infrastructure based on these code changes that we've made, just to make sure that any changes that we've made do not break our infrastructure or do not cause an undesirable change. Next, we have, it also creates, it is useful for efficient resource building. That is, when we generate our execution plan, it shows us a resource graph, a resource tree of sorts, where you can see the interconnection between the resources that are generated and their attributes. This allows us to create or modify non-dependent sources in parallel. That is, when we're building resources, Terraform does so in an efficient manner. If a resource is non-dependent or if they're not dependent on each other, those resources are modified and created in parallel. This allows Terraform to build resources as efficiently as possible and gives us greater insight into our infrastructure. The fourth point, I guess, is something I've repeated again and again, but this is something that needs to be said. We can apply complex changes very easily, whereas without Terraform or without infrastructure as code, we would have had to repeat ourselves, go through the entire destroying and initializing and creating process. Here, all we have to do is type in Terraform apply, and it does the planning for us, asks us if we want to apply it. We say yes, and the changes are done. We do not need to go to the Azure portal. We can go there to check, but that is not necessary for creating or modifying our resources. Let's move forward and discuss a little bit about how the Terraform workflow works. So first, we write our code in the Terraform configuration language, as I just said, which would be in .tf files, tf Terraform. So that would be where we would write our configuration and in the Terraform configuration language. Following that, we run the command Terraform plan. That is, we in the CLI, when we say Terraform plan, Terraform goes through our code or through our infrastructure code that we've written and shows us a plan for what it's going to do, how many resources it needs to create, how many to modify, and how many to destroy. It figures out which resource you're supposed to destroy for a certain modification and recreate, and does that for you. So all of this, what will be happening when you apply this configuration, you can see when you in the plan stage. Next, as I just said, apply. So then all of these changes are taken for you from your code, planned out, and applied to your cloud architecture. As simple as that, a 3-step workflow. So let's move forward. The Terraform language that we've been talking about for quite some time now, the configuration language, which is also Terraform's primary user interface. So the main purpose of the Terraform language is actually to declare resources which represent our infrastructure object. To explain this a little bit, I'd say we have various kind of resources. We use a SQL server, we use a virtual machine, we have a virtual network, or even a resource group for that matter is a resource, which is an infrastructure object. So the primary purpose of using the Terraform language is to declare these resources. All other language features that the Terraform language has only are there to make sure that this definition and declaration of our resources are flexible and convenient, easy for us, making it easy to use, human readable, just making sure that we have to do as little as possible. Let's just look at the basic syntax of the Terraform language. So as I said, we primarily use the Terraform language to define and declare our resources. So starting off, even though a resource block is our primary declarative statement that we will use, we also have certain different types of blocks such as data blocks. So starting off, whenever we want to define or declare a resource, the first thing we have is the block type, which is resource here in this case, or could be data or any other kind of block that we can declare in Terraform. Next, we have a block label, which is used to identify the kind of resource that we want to declare. This label lets Terraform know that this is the kind of resource that we want to declare. That is, an Azure RM is basically the provider. Whenever we're using Terraform for cloud providers, it usually starts with the prefix of our cloud provider. So here it's Azure RM, which is for Azure, then followed by an underscore. This is usually how it works. Your provider is followed by an underscore, followed by the name of the kind of resource you want to declare or define. So here it is a resource group, and followed by that is the label of the block, which would ideally be the name that you are giving to this resource to be able to identify it throughout other Terraform modules or throughout your Terraform configuration file. So here it says RG, this could just be demo resource group or anything. This is just like a variable name that you would give to your resource group. And within this is the configuration of your resource, the block body. So in the configuration, we just have simple declarative key value pairs, an identifier and an expression, which these are called arguments. So within the arguments for the resource group, the minimum required arguments we would have is the name of the resource group and the location where we want to deploy this resource group where we want this resource group to be hosted. So this is the basic syntax. This kind of a block, complete block, is your Terraform block, which is your basic unit of the Terraform language that you use at any given point. We'll be seeing probably 2 other types of blocks as we go into the demo. So, it's time for the demo. We are diving into the demo. I'll just take a moment to reshare my screen and bring up my Visual Studio Code. So, all right, so let's get started. What you would have to initially do is create a folder, and I prefer using Visual Studio Code. You can use any editor of your choice. I'll also leave a link to install Terraform here that I hope will be shared in the comments. So just before we start, the prerequisites would be having the installing Terraform and the Azure CLI, and you would need to authenticate yourself with
Simran, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I think we have lost your screen share. Maybe you would like to reshare again. Yeah, we got it back. That's okay. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, thanks. So the prerequisites that we would have is to have have Terraform installed and the Azure CLI. On the Azure CLI, you'd have to run AZ login and log yourself into Azure to make sure that you are authenticated to make all the infrastructure changes that we're going to do here. So we start off with a simple file, and I'm just gonna I'll have to save this, and I'm gonna call it main.pf and save. So this is a Terraform file that we'll start with. In just a moment, I'll also share the link for the Visual Studio Code extension that you can use to, I think my screen's gone for a second, just a second. Yeah, so this is the extension that you can use to for syntax highlighting and auto-completion of Terraforms here. So starting off, we'll be starting with a simple Terraform block. This block it defines the provider, the settings that Terraform has to use. That is the provider that the provider required, the provider source from where it should be using it, and also the provider version. So here we'd be using a required providers block. So providers, we go here, and then we have to define our provider, that is Azure RM. That is what you use for Azure here. And then for this, we will be providing the source, and here's the source and the version we'll be using. So just unlike the rest will be length along. So trying to avoid this here. So the source that we mentioned here is taken from the Terraform registry. So we're just going to write HashiCorp/Azure RM. What this is going to do is going to go to Terraform registry.terraform.io, if I'm not wrong, and then /HashiCorp/Azure RM, and is going to fetch our provider source from there. And the version that we're using here is going to be 2.46.0. So this is basically the version of the provider that we're fetching, and this is the basic Terraform block, which provides Terraform settings included to the version of the providers that we're using. And this is a recommended practice to include the required provider to make sure when we're initializing our infrastructure, we have the correct provider coming in from the correct source. Next up, we're going to have a provider block, which gives the provider configuration. that is whatever provider we're using, we can pass in other configurations. So provider, and our provider's name is Azure RM. And we aren't going to be giving any specific configuration here, just this an empty features block. We could have other blocks here which would define configuration for the provider that we're taking in some OS configurations or VM or virtual network configurations, but here we're just going to keep it simple, a simple blank features block. This would work. Next, we're going to get started with the resource blocks that we saw. So we're just going to do a resource, and as I said, it becomes easier here, Azure RM and resource group, and the name here, I'm just going to make it demo RG, which is demo resource group, and then we're just going to give in the name, which would be, again, I'm just going to call it demo RG. And next we have to, as I said earlier, provide a location for our resource group, which is going to be, let's just go with what we had in the code snippet, that is West Europe. Was it West US? Well, we're going with West Europe here. So what this would essentially do is create a resource group infrastructure object, and we would be able to use this resource group as a reference for other resources that we're going to be deploying here. So let's just go with, I'll try to be quicker here, Azure RM, and we're going to use a virtual network. Where did my autocomplete go? Virtual network, and because I'm keeping the naming consistent here, this is going to be demo VN name, essential requirement here. So this is again, we're going to name our virtual network within our resource group to demo VN. As you can see, up until now, we actually do not have any link between the resource group and this. So we need to make sure that we do. So we're just going to do a resource group name, Azure RM resource group .demo RG. I think we see an issue here. We're not supposed to be using hyphens, but underscores instead. So demo RG, and then the name of this. So this makes sure that we link that this particular virtual network will be deployed inside of the resource group that we have defined earlier, and will also be deploying. Now, some extra, again, location also has to be the same as that of our resource group, and we're going to define the address space, which is so this is just making a basic virtual network. Within this, we can further define a subnet, which will be connected with the virtual, which would be inside of the virtual network, and there would be identifiers, as we would do in the Azure portal, where we would have drop downs for identifiers, like which resource group is this virtual network in, or which virtual network would you like to deploy this subnet in. We would have a similar configuration here. So that's just one example. We could have the same for a SQL server, say, or for a virtual machine, where we would then also be specifying the network interfaces and other arguments. So basically what Terraform lets you do is it lets you define all your configuration in one file, in one Terraform file, and or in many Terraform configuration files, because when we have larger infrastructures, we have different modules of infrastructure, so to speak. So Terraform also has something known as modules, which is not exactly in the scope of this session, but that would allow you to separate your functionality modules into separate modules and bring them all into main.tf, which is your entry point file, and make sure that you're using them all in conjunction. There's one more concept that we could use here, which is the concept of variables here. So we could declare a variable, say, called demo, which is so-called prefix, which is basically the prefix to all the names we have here. So, and then I'd set its default value to demo. And I could change things here where it's just this and, oops, what did I do? Yes, this, and we can, here how we use variables is basically like this. And oops, I think I am trying to mistakes today. My apologies, just for a second. So within the resource group, we can just call it here with this and go in with var, which is where we've declared it as a variable, and then the prefix. Sorry. Yes, there we have it. And again, we do not need to write demo again and again. We can just use the variable. So whenever we need to change, for example, the prefix for consistency or whatever, we would just have to change the variable in one place and it would be changed elsewhere. So this is just a very high level demo where we're declaring and defining a resource group and a virtual network, and we'll just see in a moment how we can deploy this. So I'm just going to open up my terminal and we can run Terraform init. This command helps initialize our Terraform. We have an error. It's not required provider, but required providers that we've defined here. So Terraform init just passes through our file, and if we have any version upgrades, it makes sure that those are applied as well. So Terraform init is just initializing our Terraform backend. As I said, the provider plugins will be imported, so it's looking for this source for our provider and matching it with the version. Installing it, this may take a moment, and we're done. This is it. Our initialization of our Terraform backend is complete. There are some useful CLI tools that I would commands that I would like to point out, which are Terraform FMT and Terraform validate. So what Terraform FMT does is it just makes sure your file structure within this directory or directory structure is formatted properly. So since we just have main.tf, this FMT has returned just main.tf to us. If we had a multi-level directory structure, it would make sure it would automatically update and configure our current directory to have a proper structure. And the other one that I mentioned was Terraform validate. So this command allows us to validate our syntax in our TF files, and let's hope for success. So our configuration is valid. And once we have, we make sure that our configuration is valid and the format of our file structure, directory structure is correct. We can go ahead and run the Terraform plan command that we've spoken of a few minutes earlier, which will essentially go through our configuration and show us all the resources that need to be created, destroyed, or modified because we're creating our resources for the first time. This will only output, this again takes a moment. So this will only output the 2 new resources to add, 0 to change, 0 to deploy, or destroy, sorry, 2 to deploy, my apologies. So as you can see, Terraform will perform the following actions. It will create our resource group. The ID will only be known after we've applied, and it will create our virtual network, and it will have all of these configurations that we've mentioned. So let's apply this configuration here. As I can see, all the attributes of my resources, all the resources that are going to be applied, I can make sure that there is nothing going wrong here. Since this is a very small infrastructure and 2 resources, we're applying very little scope for mistakes, but as humans, we're prone to errors, so it's better to check anyway. So,
but maybe you would like to wrap a little soon.
Sure. So we're running apply. This again takes a moment. And again, it does the planning for us, and it asks us, are we sure we want to perform these actions? We say yes, and takes another moment, probably just to apply all our changes, our infrastructure, and creating our resource group, creation complete in 3 seconds, creating our virtual network, and creation complete. Done. This was literally it. This is all it takes for you to apply your modifications or create new resources using Terraform. I will quickly bring up my Azure portal, and we'll see that a new resource group has been created. So I'm just going to refresh here, and as you can see, demo RG is here, which it wasn't, I assure you, otherwise it wouldn't have created. And within demo RG, we have our resources, which is our demo virtual network. So this is how easy it is to work with Terraform and create your resources. So you can also find this is how easy it is, and we're done. So we have, let me just take a quick look. And yeah, that was it from my end. If you have any questions.
All right, Simran, that was absolutely amazing. That was pure dev session, right? I think you covered a lot of topic in just 30-35 minutes. We do have some questions in the comments coming in that how does Terraform differ from ARM templates? Or do you want to answer that?
Templates, I will. It is more. One thing that I would like to say is you can use Terraform on various cloud providers or for your enterprise infrastructure, where ARM would be specific to your cloud provider. That would be your Azure cloud provider. So that is one major difference between Terraform and ARM templates.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. With that, Simran, I know we have a couple of more questions, but we are running a little over time. We have to take a break and we have to move to the next team, Simran. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Any final thing you want to plug in before we end this part 1 of day 2?
No, just thanks a lot for having me. I hope this session was helpful to everybody in understanding just the basics of what I tried to convey, and hope everyone had a good time in this session and in part 1 of Cloud Summit.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Simran. I know it's very late at your place. It's almost like 9. So really appreciate all your time and all you do for the community. We would love to have you back whenever you're available next time. Until then, take good care of yourself. Right now, I sound like a radio jockey.
Can I give a spoiler alert here, perhaps? I'll be back on this platform towards the weekend somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. You will be back on Sunday, right, for the students track, and that will be done entirely by you and your team. I'm not going to do anything. So yeah, that's great. That's a good reminder. So thank you so much, Simran. We'll see you on Sunday then.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, with that absolutely amazing session by Simran. Hold on, we have about 400 people watching us now on different platforms. On Azure, on Cloud Summit YouTube, it's about 150. But here's what, please join the link over here, right? Please, I have dropped the link. I'm gonna maybe drop it again so that people just see it. Please join over here now. Okay, yeah. Please join over here. We're gonna end this live stream. We're going to end this live stream in just about a couple of minutes or maybe in 1 minute. And then we're going to start the live stream in the part 2. The reason we do it because we cannot stream more than 8 hours. Okay, that's the issue. So see you on the other side, the other stream. And before I do that, maybe what I should do is we should do a quick giveaway. Let's do it. I think I'm already running out of time, but never mind. Here's a quick giveaway. We have been asking everyone to go ahead and comment using the Cloud Summit hashtag, and let's gonna do a draw. Let's see who wins it. Some drum rolls. Who wins the Cloud Summit swag kit? Let's see who wins. Oh no, not C# Connor. Not Pradeep, you cannot win it. Oh my goodness. Oh no, this doesn't make sense. C# cannot win it. Okay, my tool has failed many times. Okay, let's draw again. Once again, we have about 39 entries. So let's see who wins it again. No, Rohit Tomar, you cannot be. I cannot be. Azure Summit cannot be the one. No, not again. Let's see. Oh, Sachindra Narayana, congratulations. You win the Cloud Summit swag kit. Take a screenshot, drop us an email using contact us or at the Azure Summit Live website, or drop me an email or reach out to us in any way. And we'll make sure that we give you your goodies after the summit ends. Having said that, I'm going to again see you at this link that I have dropped. Please click on this link and I'll see you in about just 10 minutes. Ta-da. Bye. Take care. Where do I go? Yeah, that's it.